Good morning, traders. Happy Monday. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert trader, Tom Sabo. Good morning.
Good morning, Terry. Hello, and special hello to the chat, and of course, Abhishek, and Trevor, and Nate, and Aaron, and Magnus, of course, and everybody at MyFundedTV. So good to be back after the weekend. Terry, how is your morning? It's awesome to see you again.
It's awesome to see you again. Oh my gosh. We had such a big snowstorm, like a ton of snow, and I was in bed. I was like, I don't want to get out of bed.
I did see your post. Like, what is happening? Christmas there or something? I don't know.
I know, but I have to tell you, what got me out of bed is thinking about being here with all of you guys, being here with Tom, all of our crew. It just feels so good to be here and to party. And we have some great guests. I can show the schedule for you.
Let's see.
So today is Monday. You are watching Terry and Tom on the Morning Push. From 10 to 10:30, we have Pine Tree Trader in the house. At 10:30 to 11:30, we have Ash Trades and very, very special guest, Forex Ike, the king of negative R&R. I can't wait for you guys to hear him and to see him, and he can answer all of your questions. At 11:30 to 12:30, we have Husk and Methodical Man. So we have a new host that will be here every single day. Husk, you will have to give him a very warm welcome. And then at 12:30 to 1:30, we have Matt Cowart. So that is the schedule for today.
Thank you so much, Terry. And I'm absolutely super excited about our guests today, and of course throughout the week. And let me just say this right now, Husk, it is so good to see you in the crew, and I'm super excited for your session with Methodical Man. To be honest with you guys, I think they look the same, so I don't know which one is which, but we'll see.
Are they twins?
I think maybe they are twins. I don't know. But yeah, I'm super excited. I'm very happy for them.
Yes, yeah. Me too. Let's take a look at the charts, Tom.
Let's see. All right. So the thing is, London session wasn't anything special. I mean, we had a short trade earlier. Actually, it was that was a long position. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of mixed up a little bit here because there was a 1 minute supply zone here. Let me just dive down to the 1 minute here. So the London session was a little bit choppy for sure. Took a long trade and then I took a short. That was a bit of a scalp. So I took actually two trades. Both were good, but eventually we took out this one, not completely, but we went down to this 1 minute demand zone right around 5 a.m. Eastern Standard. So we were actually like playing ping pong in between supply and demand levels, which is definitely something I like when there's a London session. So after that, the market was eventually pushing higher through a 5 minute fair value gap. And I'm going to switch back to the 5 minute chart here. So I'm zooming out here on the 5 minute, and price went up there through this 5 minute fair value gap. And I'm kind of seeing a potential of this one reaching higher. I'm not going to jump back into the 1 and the 2 minute chart, but there is a supply zone starting at 728, both on the 1 and the 2 minute chart there. So that's quite interesting to see. One of my accounts has a long position, by the way, from 671, I think. Something like 671. I do have a long position there. My take profit is going to be 724. I'm going to put it out on the screen later. So I hope that it will go higher to tag that supply zone. And for later, well, I have a 3 minute demand zone here, a 4 and a 5 minute lower. Everything is right below the New York midnight level. Now, this is going to be a little bit interesting because, eventually, I think everybody wants to see some bullish movement here, especially because we have other zones that has not been taken out. So it could be pushing higher than the 800s. They've got to be ready for that. But I'm not sure if I want to take a trade if I hit my TP at 724. So if it hits that TP even before market open or around market open, I'm not sure what to do if I want to go long, which I don't really want to. Instead, I might going to wait for a possible shift which could be somewhere below the 645 level or maybe even lower, to target that 3-minute demand zone at 516 and down there at 444. Now, for some of you guys who are new at the stream, I want to say, like, I'm all about supply and demand mixed up with a bit of a smart money concept thing there. So I'm kind of looking for price to hover between these levels. And right now it does seem like that the market wants to push higher here on NQ. And as for gold, well, to be honest, I haven't really looked into it. There was an Asia high that has been taken out, and there was a zone, I think it was, on the 5-minute here, that was actually again tagged, and the 5-minute zone, let me put in the rectangle here. So actually it was taken out. Okay, so this zone has been taken out completely on the 5-minute, price moving higher. There are levels here. So there is actually, I would say, almost like a picture perfect zone. I forgot to put this one here, but here it is. So this is a 5-minute level. Let me just give you guys the number on gold. 5,046.6 on the micro. Now that looks really great. That is like absolutely textbook. Not like the best of the best, but like 9 out of 10 points for this supply zone up there. I do like it. And again, starts at 5,046.6. Seeing this push and above the VWAP, inverted some fair value gaps here on the 5-minute, I do feel like there could be a potential continuation higher on gold. So let's just see if it can push up there to 5,046.6. I do like that level. And let's see, yeah, nothing else there. So that's the closest supply zone, 5,046.6. I like that. Actually, I might gonna take a trade on gold. Who knows? I'm gonna wait a little bit though. So, and another thing is ES, of course. ES is right now, I did not do my markups here, but we are right now inside of a supply zone on the 5-minute currently. And it seems like ES just wants to push through. So that's actually good for my NQ long position. Honestly, guys, I wasn't really looking for anything on ES today, not even on Friday, really, because as you all know, I'm not really trading ES, not because it's bad. I'm just too much focused on NQ. But seeing this, the same kind of push on ES, I think it will try to break that supply area. So that's actually good for NQ. And of course, let's not forget that we are almost having a contract shift here on NQ and ES as well. So it seems like the volume is still bigger on the old contract, on the March contract, but the June contract is almost gaining over. So it seems like, so I'm still on the old one, but if some of you guys on the new contract, no problem at all. I think I'm going to switch tomorrow, just an FYI. So because some of you guys might be confused, like what numbers am I talking about? Well, this is why, because I'm still on the old contract. Anyway, so these are the levels that I have, and I'm just hoping that it will push higher and will be reactive as always. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Can we take a quick peek at Crude, please? I'm
sure.
seeing some headlines.
Yeah. So Crude is quite amazing. Where is Crude? Oh, here it is. Yeah. So here is Crude. Oh my gosh. Okay. So went up above 100 at the Sunday open. Now we're back below the 100 at 95 currently. We talked about this a lot of times. Like as long as there is no deal or no settlement in this war, it feels like the supply. I mean, the strategic reserves are going to be, running out in about 60 to 90 days. And it would be like a little bit like risky to hold short position, especially for long run here on Crude for now. I feel like it's still going to slowly, just take the stairs higher and maybe try to push the 112. I don't know. What are the headlines, Terry?
Yeah, crude oil, the indexes seem very sensitive to war-related headlines. I am seeing Chinese trade negotiator Li on talks with U.S. talked about possible extension of tariff suspensions and other matters. So that's a very bullish headline. I'm also seeing NATO and Trump in talks pressure of asking other nations to come in and help secure the Strait of Hormuz. So that's also very bullish for the indexes, bearish for crude. So we'll see what happens when the market opens up. Yeah, it's super bullish right now. It could be a gap and go type of day.
It could be. It could be. And you know, I feel like that this is the 1 hour chart on crude. I feel like it just picked up liquidity on this 1 hour fair value gap. Let me highlight this. It's not accurate, but there's a 1 hour fair value gap right now on crude. It can also be possible that it's going to create some sort of a structure and then tries to shift this whole situation way above the 100. I mean, we have some fair value gaps and more targets up there. Like, as I said, be careful with the shorts. I'm not saying there are no possible liquidity areas down there, especially there's an unbalanced price range on the 1 hour. Let me just check this. Okay, on Wednesday, I don't know what was this, but there's an unbalanced price range at 89.35. Who knows, but just be careful with crude. I mean, with the short especially. So it's heavily related to the news right now. Thank you, Tom. You're welcome. And I can quick go over the scheduled news that will be coming up. At 9:15, we have the capacity utility rate, and then also the industrial production month over month. So that is happening in about a minute and 43 seconds here. And then at 9 a.m., we have housing market index. I'm not seeing any red folder news that's scheduled. Yeah, nothing special. So yeah, nothing special so far. We're going to have those news. I don't think these should be moving the market. Really. So yeah, not expecting anything. Well, I don't know if President Trump is going to tweet or give a speech or anyone from Fed later, but I don't think so. So pretty quiet AM session, hopefully. We'll see. Okay, I can go over the promo, which is not quiet. It's very loud. Oh yeah, that's loud. Let's go over the promo. So you can save $60. Make sure you use code YouTube for the 50K rapid plan. This is our daily payout plan. It's a 90-10 split. If you would like to get paid as quickly as possible, this is your plan. I know Morty is in the house. He just requested, and I believe he was able to request within 3 days of starting his eval. So congratulations to Lost Morty. Let's go. That's the job. Congrats. Yes, exactly. So we love this plan. Tom, do you love the daily payout plan? I love it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually I really don't want to betray the pro plan because I love the pro plan too. But I you know, getting the daily payouts is just something else. I mean, I love it. So that's what I'm gonna aim for as well. This is why I'm building up my Rapid accounts at the same time. Like I do love the Rapid. Yeah, and you can have up to 5 of the 50K in Sim Funded. This is the plan that Mr. Zink has, and he's been getting daily payouts on. So definitely check out this plan if you haven't already. Everyone gets 2 uses of this. It does expire on the 17th, which is tomorrow. Use code YouTube. Every time you use code YouTube, it does help to support the channel. And because of all of you guys who come in here every single day and you smash that like button, you subscribe, you come in here and join the community, we're growing. Like, as you saw on the schedule, we're adding new faces and new content. So it's really fun. Yes, Mr. Delusional says, let's bleep and go, game. Exactly. That's what we want. And by the way, I just want to say thank you so much for smashing those likes. I do see 85 likes, above 300 viewers already. That's a great start just 15 minutes into the show. So you know what to do. We got to reach that 200 level by 10 a.m., right? So we got to do that, everybody. Before Pine Tree comes up to the stage, we need to smash that 200 likes. And of course, everybody on X who's watching us, please just hop over to YouTube. It's just a few clicks, help out the stream, let us get bigger, better, stronger. So let's do it. Thank you for the support.
Yeah, let's do it. I can show you quick this picture of Forex Ike. He is the king of negative R&R. There's no one that trades negative R&R the way he does. So it'll be really good. A great interview. Ash Trades will be interviewing him. I think like for a lot of traders, we're always thinking about a win rate of risking 1 to make 2 or to make 3. And Ike turns that upside down. He will have you questioning, wait a minute.
Yeah, what is going on, right?
Yeah, because he does so well with negative R&R. So that'll be super interesting to see.
I am very excited, by the way, because of this, because I know he used to do that. And I mean, he trades negative R and he's absolutely smashing it, guys. Like look at this picture. Right? He's like right now he's doing a casino heist there on this image or something. But you know, it just tells you like this guy he is definitely going to get those payouts. I mean, he's already getting those payouts, and it's just amazing to have someone with this energy on the stream. So
yeah,
it's great.
Definitely. And we're still looking for more talent, you guys. So if you're interested, make sure you apply. If you're interested in being a guest or potentially being a full-time host, we want to hear your stories. We want to hear how you got your first payout, your all of your payouts, your trading journey. We'd love to hear it. And our mods will drop the application link if you would like to apply.
Thank you so much, everybody. Again, like if you feel like you have the energy and the guts, I mean, we're looking for you. You are the one. You are the one that we're looking for. Please make sure to apply. We want to hear the story. And if you're like, hey, I have something more to share, then we would like to have more sidekicks, more hosts here on the show. I'm suggesting and I'm supposing, and I know that we are going to expand. We're going to get bigger. So we need more energy because this is what it's all about. So make sure to apply.
Yeah, let's check on the leaderboard. I haven't.
Oh yeah, let's see that. Let's see the leaderboard. I'm actually quite curious what's happening there.
Okay, here we go. Ooh, very interesting. Oh my gosh, can you guys see this?
Oh my gosh, $99,661 for Ness. Oh my gosh.
Wow, with an 86% win rate. Just smashing it. And this is off of one account, the 50K account, pro account. I'm assuming this is incredible. Oh no, Sam. We were following Sam. Remember Sam dropped down to
Yeah. Oh, that was a big drop because I think last time he was somewhere around 70K or something.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Or is it
exactly? I think so.
Could it be because
in the lead?
Could it be because he withdrew or not likely? He might have closed some losses there, maybe. I'm not sure.
Oh, I didn't even think about that, Tom. That's a good question. We'll find out.
We'll find out. But like it's still like Nas with $99,000 on the sim funded account, guys. Like MyFundedFutures is a prop firm where you can top it up to $100,000 of payout in your simulated funded account before you go live. This is amazing, by the way.
It is amazing. I am going to check on the pro account to make sure it's still on sale using code YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Yes, it's still 30% off. It's still 30% off. So you actually save $68 if you use code YouTube, bringing the price down to $158.90 on the 50K account. So if you're interested, that's what these guys are running up on the leaderboard.
Oh yeah, and you know the pro account is like really something. I mean, it's just so hard to choose. To be honest, I was really in a dilemma. Like I was just questioning myself, rapid or pro, because I decided to build more accounts, and I was like, But you know, I really love the daily payouts, guys. It's just really amazing. I was like, okay, like I want to get as close as possible to like a real personal cash account. Like which one would that be? And I feel like the rapid account, once you're at that safety net, you know, then you're just like, okay, you can request any day practically. Like $500 is something like, obviously, if you're at that point, it's not like a hard thing to do. And when you just have that extra $500 on that account, it's just so amazing. Not just by requesting the payout every day, but the payout, guys, like it's on your account on the same day, basically. Like it's amazing. So I was like, okay, that is something I'm going to lean towards. Like the daily payout is really amazing with the rapid. So check it out.
Definitely. How's your long doing, Tom?
Well, in a bit of a drawdown, to be honest. Let me see. I mean, I'm gonna put it out in a second. Yeah, I'm currently in a $73 of drawdown. I just need to switch the account and I can share it on my screen. Just a second, because I really all over the place. No, not this one, but yeah, in a bit of a drawdown. Nothing special. It's all right, so I'm not scared about it. And obviously I'm always going with micros, so those of you guys are here for a long time, you know that it's all about the micros. And here's the trade currently. So my entry is at 24,671. My stop loss is at 625. Now, talking about the stop loss, there are relative equal lows at 614. I'm going to put a line there. So it's right there at 614 on the 1 minute chart. It kind of concerns me a little bit because you know, if the market wants to prank everybody and do some dirty moves, I feel like it can just go down there, sweep that level, and then maybe go up again. But, you know, this is why I want to get out, because most likely if we get down to 625.25, there's like a 90% chance that it will be sweeping that relative equal lows. But if it does that, as I said, I have planned for both sides here, so maybe I'm going to look for a short. Obviously I'm going to look for the reaction at that level, and maybe I'm going to give a second chance to this trade up to that 725. But you know, for now the small little push here is putting me back to break even. And how much time? Okay, we still have like less than 7 minutes to go. Anything can happen, guys, but don't worry. If it drops, it's not the end of the world. It's just a small loss. That's it.
Yeah. And I've seen you, and personally too, I've experienced where maybe the first one doesn't work, but you look for a re-entry,
yeah,
and then the second one will work.
Yeah, I mean, not just in trading, but in life as well. not every aspect of life, but I'm not saying that everybody should get together with their ex-boyfriend and girlfriend, but like the thing is, I do believe in second chances, and I was like, okay, I do like this. So if the setup is presenting itself on the trade again and everything lines up correctly, then I'm like, okay, let's give it a second chance. So I'm not giving up after the stop on that 728, but this is why I like to use this word, like reacting to the market. Because some traders are saying, I don't want to say names, but you are trading is predicting the prices. And yeah, I mean, predicting, but you know, it's not hard to predict if you put lines on the buy side and levels on the buy side and levels on the sell side, but more likely you're reacting to this current market condition. And obviously taking, as Mark Douglas said in his books, like taking an educated guess, and the rest is just proper risk management and just, you know, on the ride for the trade. But yeah, we are reacting. That's what I like to say. We are reacting to the market.
Yeah, we have to. How many times have you been in a trade where you're not reacting and you're like, no.
No.
Fighting the market, and then you get ran over, squished.
Yeah, it happens. And right now, I know my trade is in a drawdown. It happens. The London session, I had really good trades. I was really having a great time in London. But with this one, it is what it is. So if it trades, like if we're going to see down close candles, I would say I might going to wait for the 600 level here. Let me just put in the line to 600. Okay, so if we would be seeing down close candles below 600, then I'm definitely be looking for potential shorts, but that would be down there to 516. So
interesting.
It is.
Okay, so the VWAP is at
right down there at the zone. It's right down at 516. So yeah.
Okay, and the midnight opening price, I believe it's at about 530.
Yeah, somewhere around there. It's not accurate to the tick on my end, but it's somewhere around 530, the New York midnight level. Yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering if the market is very extended at this point and it might give up a little bit, like retrace a little bit. I don't know. We'll see what the open is like, if it'll be like a gigantic push and you better hop on, the train is leaving and you have no chance. Or
Exactly.
or will we get a retrace? Yeah, anything can happen here. So NQ is up by over 1% in the green. ES is up by 0.91% in the green. And YM is up by 0.81%. They're all three trading towards the highs from overnight.
Yeah, it seems like everything is around the same area. And yeah, I was just reading a comment there. Trading is reflection of your beliefs, says Carl Roth. Yeah, exactly. Trading is a reflection of your beliefs. That's what the markets are. It's a true motivation, reflection of everyone's beliefs. I like that basically because it helps to build your confidence in your trading model too, because you believe in your levels, you believe in your like strategy. And obviously every strategy is going to fail at some point, but like overall, that's why we're saying it's all about risk management. Yeah, it's all about beliefs, what you believe in. I can believe that we're going higher and you can say absolutely the opposite. And the beauty of it is that we can both make some money on this. So, you know.
Anything's possible.
Anything is possible, yeah.
Well, while you're sharing that, what I thought about was last week, Tom, how you and I were on opposite sides of the trade so many days.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Days. And on one of the days, we were on opposite sides and we both won on our trades. So yeah, it just depends. And you can have two people on opposite sides depending on your time frames. You can both still win. So or maybe you lose on your first try. Like let's say you're thinking it's going to be a bullish day and you take a long and it doesn't work, and then you wait for a retracement and then you hop on the train, like those dips, right? The ABC.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it is definitely possible. I'll say that like trading big is definitely my downfall, a challenge I have, because the problem with it is that if you go in big, like you're basically giving yourself one shot. That's it. And to watch your true edge play out, you need many shots, not just one shot. And just take one shot and it doesn't work, it doesn't necessarily mean that your strategy is incorrect. It could just be like the position sizing, right?
Exactly.
Like going all in. Fair chance.
Some traders do go all in. Obviously, they have to know what is their pass-through rate on those evals or even funded accounts. Like that's a different type of trading. I would say that's like maybe we can call it prop gaming. I don't want to offend anyone, and I'm not saying money is money. Everybody keeps saying, but it's different for everybody. Like some traders are handling it a little bit better. Some others, stay with the lowest possible risk. At the end of the day, all that matters is if you can keep up with your plan, plan your trade and trade your plan. That's all that matters.
Tom, you're encouraging me to trade big.
I know.
That's all I heard. Okay, market is about to open in less than 3 seconds here. Good luck.
All right, let's see. Wow, what a shaky open here. I'm not feeling confident about this trade, by the way. As I said, I'm a little bit concerned about that 614 down there, but I'm not going to cry about it. I feel like NQ just wants to sweep that level. So we'll see what happens. There you go, almost down there. Maybe I should just close this and let it be, but I'm going to take the full stop. It's completely okay. Let me just see what else is going on. It could be sweeping. It should be sweeping that level. There you go. I got stopped out, unfortunately, but let's see what else is going on. It's fine. It's fine, everybody. We're going to be watching if we're going to have some up close candles above 674 here. So that's going to be interesting.
Okay. It's looking like it wants to put in a doji here. Ooh, it is checking those prices, going back and forth. We're at right about the opening price, a little bit higher. NQ is pushing higher. The overnight high of day is 689.75. It
Oh
is.
my gosh, look at that. Took my stop loss out and now it's going higher.
Oh,
Okay, all right, all right. Don't worry, it's fine. All right. And I'm taking a trade again on this, but this time I'm not gonna follow through. Yeah, okay, 3 micros, and I am going to follow this one with a tighter stop if the goal is to go for that 725-ish level. So the zone is at 28, but because now it seems like, and this is why I keep opening the second chart nowadays, like to kind of give me an extra layer, like what is happening here. It feels like this could have been a fake out here, or could have been one. I don't know. A bit of confused. Like we're not expecting more news here. And, you know, if we have no news, it would be just awesome to follow through with the plan. And the plan for the algo is to, you know, keep going to that level. So,
yeah, it is pushing.
yeah.
So far, it's holding these high levels. Let me take a quick peek at ES. ES is also making a green candle so far. YM is making a doji, but it did make a new high, and it broke an overnight high.
Now, if we can close above 700, I might even going to add one more micro to this, and I'm trying to catch it as a possible scalp as it pushes higher. So far, the 15-second chart looks good. Repriced a small gap there. All right, it looks bullish.
Yeah,
Right.
I like it.
Added one more micro to the trade. So one more micro added to the trade here. I'm locked in on the chart. So
Let's go. We're making new highs in NQ. Are we gonna
all right.
go over 700? Push.
I don't know.
Push. I hopped into along with you, Tom. 1 micro. Let's go.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Not financial advice. So the thing is, I am going to move my stop a little bit closer here. Because guys, if it dips down below the 60s, I don't want to be in this trade. This is not going to be for me. So I just cut my risk in half. It looks like if I would close it now, I would have get back my loss from earlier. But if I let it go to the TP, I can make a decent profit on this account. So I'm still trading according to my plan. The risk is about the same as it was earlier. So I'm all right with this. Even if this trade would be the same trade as it was earlier, I don't want to hold this too much below the 60s. Like, yeah, the 60.75 is my stop. I want to see one more push, please, NQ. Just one more push, just to show that, you know, the zone is up there. And actually, I'm going to move my TP to 24.75 just to make sure if there's slippage or something else.
Okay.
And this is the part when you really cannot do anything else except praying, and that's it. So far, we are in the hands of the market, and that's it. Yeah.
It's that detachment phase. You have to detach from the trade.
Now, this is all I could do. We are detaching ourselves from the trade completely, and we can zip some coffee here and enjoy the stream, you know. So.
Let's go. NQ is listening to you, Tom. It is pushing higher.
I don't want to call the market makers, but maybe I have to. I'm not sure. So
I think they're
listening. Please, just go. I'm getting nervous.
Make it go up. I do see on the hourly chart the opening of this big red candle from yesterday. No, yesterday would be Friday. Is 728. So hopefully we go and test that price. And the top of that hourly candle is 765.
Well, we'll see.
We shall see. I really liked what you said, Tom, about once you're in the trade, that's it. Like hands off.
I mean, this is as far as I could manage my risk, because I know where I want to get out. I hope it's not going to hit the stop, because you know, I'm confident in those levels, but I'm not gonna lie, my finger is on the close button pretty much. So I'm pretty much ready to push the button any second here, because I just want to see one more push, NQ, just one more push, please. It's so easy. 15 points, NQ, you can do it. Oh, it's going down.
The 5-minute order people did get tagged in on the long side.
All right.
And it keep pushing.
I don't know. But I do love those zones. The good thing is that we have two zones. We have a 1 and the 2 minute supply zone at the same spot, starting at 728. So this is why it makes it interesting to me. And it would be just so great to just see one wick push it up there, even if it reverses. Just wick it up there to 728.
Come on, Bulls. We know you're super excited. We know you're excited.
Let's go, chat. Are you not entertained?
Oh, I see our likes up. Thank you so much for smashing that like button.
Thank you, everybody. And of course, again, if you're watching us from X, please hop over to YouTube and smash that like. And if you haven't subscribed already, what are you waiting for? This is the best trading community out there. So make sure to subscribe.
Yes, and once we hit 70K subscribers, Tom's going to do a dance for us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's going to be amazing. I already know what it's going to be. It's going to be awesome. You guys are going to love it. Trust me. And of course, special giveaways, guys, I'm going to make sure that we're going to have even more giveaway as last time. Yeah.
Last time you called Luke on the phone live.
Oh yeah, I did. And it was really great. So not as great as my trade so far. I know that was really great. We like that. The trade is going to be great too. But Luke was super generous. He was giving us 25 extra rapid accounts, which was amazing.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna make sure that last time I'm gonna ask for 50 at least. So.
Ooh, I can't wait. 50.
Yeah, that would be nice, Or, because we're at 70K, it would be great to have 70. Oh, guys, this is not looking good. I don't like that.
Come on, NQ.
It's not good. We were so close to that zone, but what can you do? It is what it is.
Push.
The problem is we might just gonna give up on this. I mean, the market, and it might just going to go down to the opening range low from here. Yeah. At least there is no 1 minute gap, but we still have 15-second gaps down there.
It's trying. It's really trying.
It is trying, but it's fine.
Don't give up.
I'm not giving up. I'll never give up. Don't worry, guys. But again, if I lose this one, it's fine. We're just going to be looking for the next opportunity and not going to do, stupid decisions. And, 2 losses for me, by the way, on one particular account is good for a day. I can go by with that, but I might have to switch to a different account after that. So who knows?
Yeah. The WeWap. Says,
the WeWap.
The WeWap is here. Wafa is here. Eric Lake is here. Everyone's here. Queen of Trades. The WeWap says, Tom, never give up. Ever.
Never, ever, ever gonna give up. And unfortunately, the trade is gonna give up now, I feel like. But I can't really. I can move my stop a little bit, because it will be like, I can go down to 58 if it wants to tag that fair value gap down there, but can't go lower. I can't go lower because I don't want to risk like more than $200 on this trade. So it's all right. It's perfectly fine. But I can't go lower than that.
And part of your strategy is you rotate accounts.
Yes,
right?
Yes. I always do that. Sometimes I do copy trade like 2 or 3 accounts, which sometimes it's great. I mean, obviously I can handle the pressure. I'm still trying to adapt myself to be able to copy trade more. But so far, I mean, I tried to copy trade like 12 accounts, 10 accounts, 8 funded accounts. I mean, oh guys, there's a forum.
There's a forum. Make sure you get your name on that forum for a chance to win a free account from MyFundedFutures. You do have to be present to claim your prize. So make sure you stick around.
Oh, yeah. Gotta be here until the end, everybody. That's the goal.
Look at this This third 5-minute candle is trying real hard to turn.
It is. Pine Tree is in the chat. Hello, Pine Tree.
Hello, Pine Tree Trader.
Alrighty. Well, so far, fingers crossed. But again, as I said, like I try to do the copy trading. If I try to go over like 5 or 6 funded accounts, I usually fail. Not because like the market or anything, but like revenge trading, oversizing got the best out of me, and it was really hard to stop trading when I was, first thing that got to my mind, like if I was down $400 or $500, multiply that with 5 or 10 funded accounts. So, oh my gosh, I'm like down $5,000, and like that really was emotionally a little bit hard to handle. And I did some revenge trading. Now, it was much easier even with 2 or 3 funded accounts. And so nowadays I do that every now and then. So I'm still trying to adapt myself to that level, but it's just, it's not that easy. It's not that easy, to be honest. But
yeah,
we'll see.
I've copy traded before, and the problem is when it works, it's fantastic. You're like, yes, like I can't, all my accounts are green. Yeah. And then when it doesn't work, it's like misery.
Oh, it is.
Everything is red. And what's worse is that because I've copy traded and then I have rotated accounts and like copy traded a batch, right? And then let's say the trade doesn't work. I go all like I trade way too heavy and blow the accounts. And then in my other accounts, I same trade idea, but because I'm rotating, those accounts are fine. So there is really something to rotating accounts. And I've heard from many traders on MyFundedFutures TV and then just in general that rotating accounts is really a secret to their winning because you're spreading out the risk.
Exactly. And it's not just about spreading the risk, but it actually eases the stress as well. I feel like especially if you have like more than just one funded account, but even if you have just one funded account, but you have like 2 or 3 more evals, you can just say like, okay, I'm down one of my funded, but like, hey, the other fundeds are still there. I need to keep everything in line and, proper risk management. Let's just switch to the next one. And what I'm trying to say is that if you're holding yourself to that particular session and you trade it properly, like you used proper risk management and you went by your plan, it shouldn't be a problem, rotating the account because well, on average, I think like, for example, in a New York AM session, you should be okay with 3 or 4 trades at maximum. Depends on which time frame are you trading on. And like if you spread those trades amongst like 2 or 3 accounts, that's absolutely like something that everyone can tolerate. Like you can go with that. It's not a big deal. You can manage those trades and the risk and the emotions as well. So that's why it's important. But right now, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be a little bit disappointed about this trade when it hits the stop. I'm not gonna get married to the idea that we're definitely gonna move to that 728 level, but like, yeah, it's a little bit disappointing to see that the market is not really doing its job. So I don't know what the market makers are doing right now, but they should really get those. My theory about the supply and the demand zones, and obviously, if some of you guys are also trading supply and demand, you can smile about it. I don't really, no offense, and I'm saying this by respect. But I have my own theory and narrative about these zones. And what I think, and of course I did my research, that these zones are having orders stacked up in those levels. So, and this is something why the market is actually going there. So this is that draw. Oh, look at this trade. It's going higher. All right. So far, good. Oh my gosh. Are we going to hit this, guys? Are we going to hit? Are we going to hit it?
Yes, hit it. It's over.
If this is gonna hit stop loss, I'm gonna need the hug, Terry. Come on, let's go.
Oh, let's go. Almost there.
Oh no! Almost there. Oh my gosh. I can't believe this, guys. Anybody know some magic tricks or something that this okay, this is just
Oh my
unbelievable.
gosh. Okay, so there is a no print at 24,724. So hopefully we'll get one more push. Your TP is exactly at what price, Tom?
24.75.
24.75. Oh my gosh, it was literally one tick. One tick.
One tick away from my TP. I can't believe this.
Come on,
All right.
NQ.
Okay,
You can do it.
this is absolutely unbelievable. What is going on here? Oh
My goodness. So ES is looking so bullish. Just beautiful green candles. Every candle is getting bigger and bigger. ES is making all new highs new highs on the day. And then let me look at YM real quick. YM also made a new high of day, Tom. So it's looking good.
Yeah.
Some use your thumb.
All right. Now I can have that beer. All right, where is it?
Monday, new day.
Monday. This was wow. Okay.
Beautiful
Bit of a
trade.
tricky, and you know what, Terry? If I wouldn't have moved my stop, because my stop loss was at 661, and if you remember, I said I'm going to move my stop to 58 just in case. I would have been stopped out, by the way. So the trading gods actually tapped my shoulder and said, "Hey, Tom, move your stop down just 3 points." Guys, this was like really, it's like, I was feeling like this one might be poking below 660, and I moved my stop to 58. And look at that! And oh my gosh, it was wow.
I want to
Anyway.
see that again. That was my favorite so far of the week. We're just getting started.
Okay, are you not entertained?
So what next, Tom?
Okay, next. Full port? No, not full port. No. Next, the next trade, Terry is going to full port her funded accounts. No, we're not doing that, guys. But yeah, I want to make sure to. How did it go? Let's see. Okay, I made $170 on this trade. Recovered the earlier loss and $170 on this. So this was good. I'm happy about it. So it's good.
Oh, awesome! This is like the first one didn't work, but the second one worked.
Yeah, the
So,
second
yeah.
one worked. And you know, it's really good that we talked about second chances. And again, if some of you guys or gals might want to give a second chance to your ex, boy, or girlfriend, go ahead. But I was talking about trading. So but
Don't do it.
don't do it. Terry says don't do it. But like, yeah, giving your trade a second chance is something I think I agree with that because you know, if you don't give a second chance to your trade, but like the level is there, your risk management can still handle it. Like you know, you can still handle that extra loss before you go in. Yeah, and you can make that decision. Then, so if everything lines up, then yeah, go for it. But you need to see that everything, like the price action, the volume, the momentum, the level, so everything is lining up to your target. And so then I would say go for it. Go for it. Because so my personal opinion is if you're not going for the second chance and the market is going to go to that level that you anticipated, the FOMO is going to be much worse than having like two stops in this case though. So even so I made this decision like a year ago or even more. Like I hate the FOMO so much that I can handle even two stop losses. Proper risk management though, so not by quadrupling my position size or going full port, but like I can handle two stop losses with the same amount of risk rather than having a FOMO because I was correct about the level, because I hate that feeling. So, and FOMO is kind of triggering that tilt, then you're going to do something stupid in the rest of the session. Now, for example, for this particular account, this account is done for today. I might going to take another trade, but it's definitely not going to be this account. So rotating the account is not just about when you have a losing trade. It's about when you also have a winning trade. And by the way, although I took 2 trades in this particular example, I consider this the same trade, by the way, in the big picture. So the level was the same. I gave it a second chance. So if we really look at it in this way, it was the same trade. But yeah, the thing is, if you win, you can also rotate the account, right? So you just move on to the next one. And, you know, obviously, if you're rotating the account because you made some profit on the other one, then maybe your mindset is going to be in a better place than rotating because of a loss. But hey, keep that in mind. This is why proper risk management matters. As long as you're watching for your risk, that's not losing. Okay, even a losing trade is not losing. I'm going to make a video about it, by the way, about the scorecard. I talked about it last year, a couple of months ago, and I just created a script for a new video. I can't wait to upload it. It's really going to be amazing how you can turn a losing day into a winner, actually. So I can't wait to show that to you guys. Yeah,
That sounds really good. I can't wait to see that.
Oh yeah, it's going to be great. Yeah.
Prisha Trade says crude is heading towards 90.50 levels. Can we take a peek at crude, please?
Let's see crude. Okay, I'm going to go out to the 15-second chart. Which level were you saying? 90.50. 90.50. 94. Oh, yeah. Let me switch to the 1 hour chart. So we talked about a liquidity, not void, but unbalanced price range. I'm going to zoom in on the 1 hour chart on crude just for a minute here. And let me put a rectangle here. Okay, one here, one here. I'm going to extend it and I'm going to explain. Now, this is a bit of a smart money thing, but actually it kind of makes sense to me. This is why I like the liquidity void and the unbalanced price range concepts here. Now, if you're seeing I'm going to make it a little bit more transparent. So this bullish candle, these 2 bullish candles, actually the opening of this one is like a little bit higher. It opened at 89.33 and this one closed at 88.43. And obviously there was a gap here. Now the new candle actually traded lower and practically repriced the liquidity void. Until there was no wick here, there was just a void here, absolutely no trading in this area. But it eventually, I mean, in this hour, the market went down, repriced that level. But the thing is, if some of you are new in smart money concepts, like there were no down close candles in this area. So that kind of means that the market, like especially the higher the time frame, the higher or the bigger the probability, at least the way I see it, the bigger the probability is that the market eventually might go back into that level and going to rebalance it. Now, rebalancing means that we might going to have, like, for example, a down close candle. Let me just give it a color here. I don't know. Let's try this one. So we might going to have a down close candle. For example, the next hour, there's going to be a huge bearish candle and more or multiple bearish candles. The concept is the same. We're going to need down close candles on the hourly or higher. And then this void is going to be rebalanced completely. Now, yeah, so we were talking about the 90-ish levels. What if crude wants to rebalance completely this level? So it's possible, but I would still be very, very cautious with crude. Okay, even though these areas, these unbalanced price ranges, so this is what it's called. If there's a wick but it's still not balanced, it's unbalanced price range. It's not a high probability draw on liquidity level, so just be careful with that. I think crude is very tricky. So, but we can go lower. Who knows?
Tricky.
Yeah. Tricky.
Crude can be so rude.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just like, oh, by the way, just like gold, I wanted to check on gold as well. Because, oh my gosh, I'm going to have the FOMO on gold a little bit, because we were talking about the 5,046.6 level at the start of the stream, and look at that slow grind higher. But this is why I said keep that in mind. 5,046.6. Maybe it's not going to hit that so fast, but throughout the day until the market close or maybe until Asia session starts, there is a chance for it. I think that gold might go higher. I do know that this week, I mean, I'm not an expert on gold, but SK is super, super expert on gold. And I do love the way he thinks and trades. So make sure to be here because if you guys are interested in gold, he knows a lot, not just about gold, but about most like everything. But he definitely likes to trade gold. And he trades in Asia. So check out his stream too.
Yeah, the master of cabooshed.
Oh yeah, cabooshed.
Yeah. Tom, guess what? Guess what?
Yeah. I don't know.
We're almost at 200 likes.
Almost 200. I love that, guys. All right. 5 more likes to go. Pine Tree is going to be here with us in less than 4 minutes, and we need 5 more likes. And guys, we are at 426 viewers. Thank you so much for being here, watching the stream. We're all having a great time. We need 5 more likes. Let me just refresh the page and see what's going on. 5 more to go. 202, everybody. 202. Let me give you guys an applause. This is how it's done. Thank you so much, everybody, for smashing that like. Thank you.
Thank you. What a great way to kick off the week, kick off the day.
It is. And to be honest, like, after hitting this 1/2 minute supply zone, as I said, I would rather see a possible reversal. Now, as far as right now, it seems like it's holding this area. And obviously, let me just switch to the 5 minute. So the 5 minute looks super bullish still. So it can still go for above the 800s. I'm not saying to go short here, all right? I would only go short if I would see some, for example, there was the swing low. Let's go below 623, right? And then maybe I will be looking for shorts. But it does seem like it might want to push for Friday high. I think that's a Friday high. Yeah, that's a Friday high, 805. So who knows?
Wow. I am not going to try and short this.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet. This is like that slow grind higher so far.
Oh yeah. It is a slow grind up there, and it all depends how the next hour is going to go volume wise. But anyway, I'm feeling a little bit lucky there with the stop loss, but I'm feeling very satisfied with this trade. So I'm not going to do anything right now. I'm just going to wait. Wait.
Any helpful tips, Tom, on capturing your trades and then just closing everything down?
What would I do after closing everything down? Or
like, have you ever had those days where you knock it out, you capture some really great trades, and then you keep trading, and it's like, why am I still trading even though I've already captured like the main move, like what I want to?
Yeah, so if I have those days, and of course I used to have those days, but when everything is perfect, and I really feel like I want to trade, I want to keep on trading, I always have an evaluation account on the shelf that I can maybe do some scalping here and there, and I give it a go, 1 or 2 more trades, but that's it. Don't over push it, guys, because the more time you spend, in the trades, the more likely, statistically speaking, that you might gonna get smoked. So, less is more sometimes.
Yeah. I do see Pine Tree Trader is on deck, everyone.
Yeah, he's here. So I just want to say, and then Terry will say goodbye to everybody, that I had a great time. Thank you so much, chat. We will be back tomorrow, and I give the last words to Terry.
Thank you, Tom. This was a great day. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us this morning. Can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
What is going on, everyone? What's up? Pine Trees in the chat. Love it. Welcome to MyFundedFutures TV. It is market's going higher, right? So far this morning, market is going higher. I did switch to the new contracts. Let's give a hi to some people in the chat real quick. Stevie J, Sharka, what is up? What's going on? Give it up for Terry and Tom. Tom with a banger trade there. All right, so let's see if we can find a trade. So I did switch to the new contracts. The volume you can see up here is starting to become larger than the old contract. So that's what I'm looking at. So I switched to the M contract. Hey, Andy Willis, what's going on? D in the house. Lavlin, Abhishek. Give it up for Abhishek. Guys, exciting day. We have a new host, Husk Trader, coming on later. And then right after my segment, we have a guest, Forex Ike, who I've been following on Twitter for some time now. Very good trader and a negative R&R trader. So pretty interesting stuff. Can't wait to watch that segment. I will be tuning into that as soon as I hop off my own stream. But right now, I am looking at NASDAQ right here. We are kind of going up and to the right at the moment. I am currently looking for a trade. First inside bar did not pay. First inside bar got absolutely whipsawed back and forth. Now, indicators, things like that, I always find to be a little bit tricky when you start to have the rollover. Let's take a look at the Dow. Not seeing anything on the Dow. It's kind of parabolic. Take a look at CL pushing down, which is oil, which is probably the reason why we are pushing up on NASDAQ. And taking a look at gold. The gold is also pushing up. So it's very interesting. Gold has been so NASDAQ's been pushing up, gold's been pushing up. If CL drops or pops, then NASDAQ inverses it. So I've been noticing that. And maybe a few weeks ago, if gold was popping, then NASDAQ would drop. So I don't know if anyone's noticed that, but all right, let's see here. Scanning the charts, looking for a trade. You guys know I will throw on a trade if I see something. I am just very tempted to push the button long, but really I need that confirmation to pop, kind of go for that momentum, but it's a little tough. We're kind of high in this leg and we are grinding higher. If you take a look at the hourly chart, we ended up opening last night with a gap down and then immediately pushed back up. Once we broke this outside bar to the long side, I was thinking, man, I just want to hop in shorts. Now, I did get chopped up pretty good last night on my own stream. I ended up making some back last night. I'm currently up 415 on this eval. I'm trying to slowly pass this eval. I haven't full sent it or anything like that. I just been trying to trade what I see and keeping proper risk management and all that good stuff. So trying to slow down on my evals, right? Because when you tend to trade your evals very aggressively, and I admit I still do, it can lead into you trading your funded accounts a little bit of aggressive too. And so you have to be able to adjust. And the idea is to be able to keep the evals around longer and the funded accounts around even longer. We don't want to get rid of those funded accounts because, for one, I don't want to have to trade more evals, right? I don't have to trade more evals. Guys, if you have any questions for me, please feel free in the chat to ask them in the chat. Congratulations. We got some winners in the house. Got some winners. Let's go. Some more giving away some more accounts, I take it. So, all right. Let's see here. Do we hold this little bit of a trend line going forward? I kind of feel like just pushing the button, and I feel like we got that slow grind. Now, we do have news coming up this week. I don't know if Terry had talked about it or earlier in the segment, but let me just share some news we got coming up. So we do have some news, not today, but Wednesday, FOMC, right? So that's a big one. So FOMC Wednesday. We also have unemployment claims on Thursday. And let's see, we have, unemployment on Thursday. Those are red folder events. And then not much Friday. So a biggie on Wednesday. That's going to be exciting. We like the volatility in the markets, right? So that should shake things up. All right, I'm currently looking for the trade here. Let's take a look at YM. Now, YM broke to the downside. I actually might take a stab on YM here. We'll try it, even though doesn't the market just feel like it's just going to grind higher? So I'm going to hop in short, stops at the high, and let's see what we can get out of it. How much am I risking on this trade? Oh, 40 bucks. We can go in a little more than that. We can go in a little more. We're short YM. Off the Harami here. So, you know, a little counter trend. I don't know what's going to happen, but stops at the high. I am taking this trade. We'll look for a little caboose. Hopefully, we'll also look at NASDAQ here. Yeah, NASDAQ's just wanting to push higher. It's probably not going to be good for our YM. But let's see if we can get catch a little reversal. See if the market wants, or the market could go higher. Let's see. So 2 micros here, risking $80. Gonna look for a push back down into this gap. Maybe take some off. This is the power of micros. You can kind of scale in and scale out. If I end up hopping in a little more contracts, you can easily just adjust the stop, put it up to high there. So how was everyone's weekend? You guys have a good weekend? Rufio, what's up? So any questions in the chat, feel free. Caffeine's hitting hard this week, OMH. I actually stopped drinking caffeine, you know, coffee years ago. So it takes me a little bit to wake up, but let's take a look at gold here. Yeah, gold's still grinding higher. NASDAQ also grinding higher. ES pushing higher. So little counter trend trade here. Stops at 47,496 if you're on the new contract. Just risking 80 bucks. Hey, Corp Trades, what's going on? Classic no news AM session. Yeah. Right. It feels like we might just grind to the upside, right? But the setup's there. You know, we made a new high. We put in a Harami on the 5-minute. We broke it. So I'm short. And I'm just going to simply look for, you know, possibly a 1-to-1 or maybe push down into this 5-minute gap. NASDAQ making new highs. NASDAQ pushing new highs. So far, we haven't been stopped out yet. Taking a little heat. Down 40 bucks. Yeah. Everyone's worried about the giveaways, guys. Focus on the charts. Focus on the charts. Don't worry about the giveaways. We got all right, let's see, YM 47.40. All right, this is a nasty. This is not what I want to see here. This might be my exit. We put in when you have a break and then it pushes in something like that, another Harami, I might just hop out. Sure. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. We're done. It could push up through that high now. This might be actually a flip the switch. Hopefully I don't get chopped. It might be one of those Monday mornings where I get chopped to death. But this might be a flip the switch. Now it's going without me. Looking for an entry at. Yeah, it's going without me. All right, let's take a look at NASDAQ. So stopped out on that. Market does not want to quit. So it put in a Harami. triggered short, and then immediately put in another harami and says, no, we still want to go higher. So that's an L. Let's take a look here. So I've been trading a little bit of MES or ES on the 2-minute chart, looking for inside bars and outside bars, mostly inside bars with ES, outside bars with NQ. All right. All right, let's see here. 24,970. Push it up higher. Now the market's pushed. So YM pushed up, pushed 47,522, and is immediately pulled back here. Oh, it could be one of those sessions. So could be one of those bad sessions for a breakout trader like myself. 24,975 NASDAQ. Where could we be going? I'm thinking we're trying to push up and test that 25,000 level, right? So 25,000 has been a magnet, right, in the old contracts. So if you go back to the older contract, this zone, you can see I have it marked out here on the hourly, has been, I would say this is like the monthly point of control, right? 25,000. We've been hanging out right here for days. We try to go above it, we come right back in. We try to go below it, we come right back in. And so what are we doing now? We're headed right back into the 25,000 zone. So that's with the old contract. Now with the new contract, we're sitting right at that 25,000 again. So very interesting. Market has just been kind of stuck in this giant range, you know? It just doesn't want to break out and keep going to possibly all-time highs or even get knocked back down. So we're just going to be patient here, wait for another trade. Scanning through the charts here. What's my bias, baby Sonia? So right now, I mean, it's hard to look for any short, right? We are grinding higher, but we're not going with very much force, though. We're not really going with a lot of oomph. So it's a little tricky to read. I just tried to short and tried to fade it, and I got taken out at the high. And then look, it's pulling right back in. So this is nasty price action on the YM. But it's hard to argue that we're just not bullish as of right now. So we have to see some sort of reversal pattern. Now, you can see the contracts kind of switching over. So we have a bunch of volume on the H contract and a bunch of volume on the M contract. But the volume on the new contract is starting to get higher. But I'm noticing it in the price action where, you know, it's not as whippy and moving around as much. So it's a little bit tougher to try to read. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. What do I usually trade? So everything, right? But bread and butter is NASDAQ. That's my bread and butter is NASDAQ. I trade that the most. So here's another setup, right? Here's another short possible setup. If I look for, so I could get, this is, you know, this could be the death by 1,000 cuts, but this is what I'm going to do. The setup's there. I'm going to take it. So I'm going to look for a short if we break that harami low, and I'm going to target at minimum the low of that mother candle, which would be this candle. So this is what I'm going to look for. If we break 938.25, I'm going to try a short because we made a new high. We made a new high, and then we rejected, and the body opened and closed within the body of this previous candle. This is called my one trade a day setup. like anything, guys, like every strategy, not 100%, you know, nothing is. You see the setup, you just got to take it. Sometimes you just got to pull the trigger, even though you feel like, well, maybe we could just push higher, right? So often will this be the high of the day or the low of the day, a candle like this on a 5-minute chart. I've caught the low and the highs of days during or sessions just from this candle right here. If you guys are interested in that indicator, it is called, and you can back test and look for yourself. This is EOTW Harami. So this is Ed of the Woods Harami. This is one of my subscribers ended up making this indicator for me, and or for us, I should say. And that's it. So I'm gonna look for. So I trade on momentum, right? So I look for breakdowns and breakouts, and so I'm looking for a breakdown here. Maybe we put it in an inside bar, and I can get it in a little bit better price, but my stop will go at the high. Right now, I'm looking to short 938. Please do not follow my trades. I'm taking this trade. I don't want anyone else taking this trade. Let's see if we can get that breakdown here. Get NASDAQ pulling back. We can see, let's take a look at MES. MES pulling back as well. So I'm liking this. Maybe we get at least a temporary pullback down to that 910s, 920s, or 920s, 910s. Possibly retest that 24,900. That'll be nice. Haven't got triggered short yet. Yo, Jim in the house. What's up? I'm here for the almighty Husk. Yes, we have Husk Trader on later. Pretty exciting, guys. I've been subscribed to Husk for, I would say, a year, over a year. Husk Trader coming on after Ash and Forex Ike, who are coming on right after me. So exciting. We have a new host. Also, I think I will be streaming, covering a little bit for a Methodical Man later this week. So if you guys want to check me out a little bit later, at a later time, I think maybe Thursday or Friday, I will be covering for him. So full 4 points trade noted. Yeah, no, not quite. Not quite. Short NQ. I am not short yet. I am looking for the short. I'm looking for the breakdown 938, but right now it's not triggering. Looks like we might take out the high. If we take out the high, then this trade will be not valid anymore. If you want to short NQ and then have for a cheap short and then put a stop at the high, knowing that you could get paper cut, it's one of those cheap trades, you know. Sometimes I like to hop in on those cheap trades. It's a little bit of an I think trade, thinking that we might break down below. So right now I'm putting in a double top. This is looking pretty good for my setup here. If we can reject here, so far it's holding up. 24,960. Take a look at YM real quick. So YM came right back into the zone. Guys, I'm thinking about going short again on YM. I'm just going to see if NASDAQ wants to play here. All right, I'm going to move up my trigger here just a tad. See if we want to get in. Come on, NASDAQ, do something. None of this grindy up and to the right stuff. I want back and forth. I love when the market is, when you get big M and W patterns. That is my favorite. I like it when both sides can get good trades in, you know, off a higher time frame. So when you get the big M's, you know, things like that during the New York session, that's my favorite. Those are my favorite days. right now, this slow grindy stuff will, I'm telling you right now, I've killed more accounts trying to fade the slow grind, the zombie crawl. Sometimes I call it the zombie crawl. I've killed more accounts doing that. It's like, you know, because I'll look for, you know, a breakdown or a break, and you say, well, why don't you just go with the trend? Well, it's hard to identify the trend and until it's a trend, in, you know, in my opinion. So, come on, give me some. 2 minute looking bullish. Let's take a look at MES here. Yeah, it still doesn't look like it wants to quit here. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I'll end up getting this trade in. We're breaking to the upside again. So, all right, that trade's off. So we just made a new session high once again. Tapped 24,980. So no breakdown on that yet. No breakdown. Now this could set up for a nice trade here if so. We swept a new high. Yeah, we made a new high here in NASDAQ. If we could put it in a big outside bar, this would be a nice trigger short, because where you just trapped a bunch of buyers trying to do a breakout, just like I like to do, is look for those breakout trades. So right now you have a bunch of buyers trapped right here off that wick. So let's see if we can put it in an outside bar. Yeah, it's tempting to break out right now. Zyzo. Who else? Who else we got in the chat here? Raphael Trades. What's going on, Raphael? I see Yo Jim. Guys got any questions for me? Feel free to ask. I got just a few minutes left, so. Slow grinds are crazy. You just blow up your accounts, don't even realize it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I hate it when you get to slow grind. I mean, if you caught the long, right, then you're sitting pretty. But if you're trying to trade volatility and kind of, you know, try to look for back and forth action, you're just not getting it right now. Until we have a little shakeup. Yeah, you could also buy every pullback a little. So that's a good not a bad point. Here's a little trick. I'll show you. So if you think we're excuse me, if you think we're getting a trend day and you want to hop in on a pullback, here's a little trick. On a 5-minute chart, or even lower, if you drop it to a 2-minute, throw on a 9 EMA or throw on a 9 moving average, right? So it's a fast moving average, and go for a trend line touch or a moving average touch. So you can throw on the 9. This is for newer traders. Some of the old OGs already know this stuff, but you throw on the 9 EMA, and then you can just look for that 9 touch and then hop in, and then maybe place a stop just below, you know, maybe the previous bar's swing or something like that, and then try to catch the swing. Trying to buy up in here, even though you think you might know it's a trend day, you might take a lot of heat. So looking for a little micro pullback, wait for a 9 touch, and then it might go. So just a little tip there if you guys are looking for that trend day. I personally don't trade off it, but I know a lot of people that do. Ryan Wiggins, can you tell me which videos to watch again to learn inside outside bars, please? So maybe Abhishek can throw my YouTube in the chat, but you can just check out my YouTube, my long form videos. And also you can just watch me trade every single day. I mean, I'm talking about it. I'm trading them, you know, all these, the first inside bar did not pay, but the second one is paying, the outside bar is paying, everything. They're all paying. But yeah, you can check out my long form videos. I have one video called the ORB killer. That's the first inside bar. of the session. I love to trade that. So I'm sure Abisha can throw that in the chat if you guys don't. And then you can also see me trade every single night at Globex Open, which I think, Ryan, you've been in there before. Yeah. So I'll explain it real quick. I got a few minutes, but I can pretty much. It's very, very simple. So I think a lot of times we overthink the markets, and really, if you're using proper risk management and not using all your bullets in one trade, you can simplify trading by, like, on the 5-minute chart, like this is a 5-minute inside bar. So the wick in the body is within the previous body and wicks of that previous 5-minute candle. And all I would do simply is, as soon as we broke to the upside or the downside, I am going to go short or long. So in this case, I would go short, stop goes above. Or if I have a little room and if we're near a high, I'll place a stop above the high of the day. And I'll simply look for, so on the first inside bar of the session on New York, I tend to look for about 20 points. But you can look for like a 1R, 2R, something like that on an inside bar. Or you can look for a negative R&R like Ike would, right? You can look for a negative R&R. Oh, I got to get rid of this. I'm like, what is this red line here on my chart? There we go. Let's get rid of that. When did my love of pine trees begin? So I am from the state of Maine, and they call it the pine tree state. So that's how I got my name. I'm going to get rid of this market analyzer. I just wanted to show you guys the volume of the old versus the new contracts. Futures contract. So there it is. I'm going to get rid of this. It's taking up too much of my chart. I don't like having a lot of things on my chart. You can see I don't really have any lines or indicators or anything like that. I just have the inside, outside, and harami candles that just highlight. And but when I'm trading on, if I trade on Quant Hour or something like that, I don't even look at that stuff. So are we actually trying to get a reversal here? Look at what Dow, just nasty price action, had the big move and it's gone sideways. So for me right now, I got nothing. I got nothing for you. So I got 1 minute left, guys. So I placed a trade. We tried to short here. We got stopped out. It pulled it stopped me out. It wicked above. It came right back into where my entry is. And that's the way the Dow is going to act for me today. We got 1 minute before the bottom of the hour, and we got 30 seconds before my segment's over. We have Forex Ike coming on, guys. Guys, he's a scalper. He's a negative R&R trader. He's a very good trader. He'll talk more about it. The dude is like a 90% win rate trader, right? Plus. I might insult him by saying 90%. I mean, he could be like a 95% win rate trader. He's a very good trader. Takes base hits, right? Sees money, takes money. So it takes those base hits, and I'm excited to watch after my segment. Couldn't quite. Now the market looks like it wants to move here, but anyways, let's give it up for Ash and Forex Ike. Peace out, guys. See you later. See you tomorrow.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Very excited to hop on here with you all today. We have ourselves a special guest with Forex Ike, Good morning, Ike. How are we doing today?
Hey, Ash, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. Great to be here. Great to see everyone. Thank you.
I'm very excited for this conversation. There's a lot of things that I want to unpack. Some of the information that you've presented on social medias has caught a lot of eyes, and that's why I want to ask you questions. So, chat, throw a bunch of W's in chat for Forex Ike. We're extremely happy that he was able to join us on today's live stream. If we could start with maybe a small little background, who is Ike? Why did Ike get into trading? And, why are you still trading?
Sure. So I got into trading about 4 years ago. And like a lot of people, I got into it because I saw someone on TikTok or Instagram making $5,000 in 8 minutes, then going down and enjoying their day and saying like, wow, this is something I'd like to do too. It's also when I first had my first child, my daughter, and I was already seeing like new bills coming, new expenses. And I was saying, what can I do here to add some additional income and free time for my new family and everything. So that's really what kind of got me in the door into starting to trade and exploring, which is why my name's Forex Ike, because when I first got into it, it was Forex, not futures. Although now I'm just futures. So.
Very good. So it actually started over in Forex is what you're saying. And maybe what would be the difference to why you moved from Forex over to futures then?
Well, about I think it was probably about 2 years ago where MT5, which is like the trading platform for most Forex, started getting banned in the States. And then I started exploring other options and other ways to continue trading. At that point, I'm profitable already. I didn't want to start losing money now. So found futures and been with futures ever since. So, but definitely a step up from Forex, I gotta say, for sure.
So with that being said, this is one of the conversations I have with everybody. So it's just you don't have to dive deep into the topic, but is trading your full-time income, or were you like, oh my God, I see these guys doing so amazing on TikTok that I'm going to drop everything and now I'm a full-time trader?
No, I've got a full-time job and a family, and trading is a great supplemental income to everything. Because, if you go outside on a weekend with your family, I don't know if you've been outside, but it costs about $800 a day out there. You go out with your kids and stuff, you buy a toy here, food. So I was really looking to, cover my daycare expenses, stuff like that, just aiming for something like $5,000 to $8,000 extra a month to supplement my income, so that really my income could kind of grow and save, and I could be using my payout money as really my expenses. And that's really where I've been for the last few years, is still have a full-time job, which is great. I wouldn't quit it. I love my job. If I hated my job, that would be a different thing. Love my job. So still have that full-time, and then trade for extra few grand a month. And I would recommend that for everyone, is to have a different income, because I could just imagine the stress if, with just trading, it's a lot on you.
And that is exactly why I asked the question, to try to paint a reality type of picture instead of a euphoric one that you see on social media. I'm a firm believer in that too. You got to make sure your family's safe. You got to make sure you have that stable income, especially when we're dealing with something that is so unstable. Everybody, for some reason, jumps right to the idea of being a full-time trader is, the end all be all. And, in my opinion, it's going to sound like I'm repeating you, but I feel the same way. You got to make sure your family's safe and sound. You got to make sure you still have the stable income so that you can work on this business, because it does really make a difference trying to start trading without that main source of income. So
for sure.
Thank you very much for sharing that, because that is the reality of trading here. So
yeah, and there's a good chance I wouldn't have become a successful trader if I didn't have that income and that peace of mind on the side. So it's like a lot of people compare their journey to others, but you really can't, because if you're starting with nothing, is very different than someone who's starting with enough of a cushion to take a few L's, take a few hits, and keep going. You know what I mean? So you really can't compare your journey, and everyone has to kind of just focus on their own path,
And that was the perfect segue for the second question that I had for you, in terms of some of your accomplishments. Because when you say that you've achieved things or, hit certain goals, everybody has their own idea of success. So Where are you at now? Are you, is achieving this business consistent payouts, or are you talking about just taking one payout, or is it, understanding that you can do this long term? What are some of those achievements that you did complete and you would say, makes you successful in this business?
Sure. So I don't think there's been a full 10 days in the past 2 years that I haven't gotten a payout. So I'm consistently getting payouts. I'm not one of these people who also cycle through a million evals and blow evals. I think in the whole 2026, I think I paid about $1,100 or $1,200 in costs so far, buying evals, and my average payout is more than that. So I'm definitely not someone who flips through accounts. I have accounts that are still alive since November that I'm still trading. So I'm not someone who YOLOs my trades and just tries to make it, make a big hit or not, or gambles it. But I'm slow, consistent, and when I want to increase, let's say, my income, instead of me sizing up or risking more, I'll add another funded account to the mix. So to copy trade. So if I'm saying, wow, I'm doing really well here, I'm making $300 a day per account, maybe I should step it up and risk 500 now. It's like, no, I'll just add another funded account, which costs me, now $97 here on MyFundedFutures. And from that 97, hopefully now make an extra $300-400 a day for payout. So it's really the prop firm game is different than the live market game. And it's something that people often confuse, saying like, oh, you're trading this way, it won't work in a live market or something like that. But that's like telling someone who's great at Madden on Madden, he won't be great in the NFL. It's like, okay, I'm not going to be great in the NFL, but I'm still making money. Like, what's the point of trading? Is it to be a great trader, or was it to make money? People forget. They get into trading to make money, and then they lose sight. All of a sudden they're like, wow, trading is something I can learn and be great at. And I want to be great at something. So I'm going to be great at trading. And all of a sudden they forget that the money was the goal. And now they want to learn everything about trading. And that, to me, is where most people end up getting lost and stuck in a cycle of break even to like just lose it. That's kind of my thought, is to dumb it down is always the best way in trading.
So we'll hop into this conversation in a second, but just to hint at it, you're saying we might be negative RR in our trades, but we're positive ROI.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what I say all the time. I'm like, negative RR on my sim account, super positive RR in my bank account. And the bank, I asked them first. They accept the money the same way. They don't care if you had a top tick, bottom tick, 12 RR, or if you had 0.2 RR like I got. They don't care. The money is the same. And I called up my credit cards too, mortgage company. They all treat the money the same. So I suggest everyone else do that too. Instead of saying, oh, I can't take that trade. I can't risk more than I'll lose. You could. You really could. You really could.
And so that's also a good statement to make, because, a lot of people look at, failures in these evals as they don't know how to trade, or it really plays a huge role mentally or emotionally on their ability to move forward. But he's still sitting here saying, he's had expenses. That's okay, because when your income is larger than your expenses, that's what really matters, right? If you blow an account here or there, don't let that send you into a tilt that, digs you a hole that you can never come out of. What really matters is, sure, maybe you fail the first one, maybe you fail the second one, maybe you fail 5 of them in a row. But if, again, $97 at MyFundedFutures, now you're looking at $500. If you go and make a payout of $1,000,
you're there
on your 6th account, it's completely okay that you failed those first 5 accounts, because you're positive ROI, right? Your expenses are less than your income. And that's what we're actually here for. Instead of comparing to other people that are on social media, why don't you just focus on what's coming out of your bank account and what's going into your bank account? Because, a failed eval is not what determines that.
No,
you can
exactly.
fail evals and keep moving forward.
Exactly. I mean, some of the best traders have the most fail evals. You know what I mean? I mean, expenses isn't a bad. I mean, if you look at how much Google spends a month, they probably spend billions a month. But then you look what they make and you're like, oh, okay, this is a pretty smart business. So you got to look at the full picture here. And also remember that sim money is not real money. The real money is what you've got to concentrate on, and that's a lot of people automatically dismiss it because they think like, oh, well, that doesn't make you a good trader. It's like, forget being a good trader, be a good payouter, be a guy who's really good at getting payouts. And you have to be decent at trading in order to do that as well, you know?
And so just a slight curveball, but like, this is the one that I always question myself, is like, people will go to school, right? They'll go to college for 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, and you have no income when you do that. You're only spending expenses throughout that entire 6-year process. You are going deep, deep into drawdown to even hope to get some kind of income from it. So it's an interesting mindset to see that we're so willing to go to school compared to so willing to learn how to trade. It's the same thing. We're paying for tuition in hopes of seeing some kind of income. So
yeah.
I don't know what the difference is there in terms of mindset. Maybe that's just like a general public thing. Like, it's much more acceptable in terms of going to school and getting a job compared to gambling. That'll be another conversation we get into here.
I mean, that's totally it, because it's the same with my negative RR. That's socially not acceptable, right? It's socially not acceptable to risk more than you, but why? And my whole theory on why is similar to, let's say, getting in shape, right? If someone wants to get in shape, it's very simple, right? You work out a few times a week and you eat healthy, you'll get in shape. But if you want to sell a course on how to get in shape, now I've got to get it a little more complex. I can't just say eat healthy and work out. I got to say, well, you got to measure your food, make sure you have this many grams this day, this, you know, you make a whole plan, which is really, you don't need that plan to get in shape. You know, it's kind of like fake perceived value. And I think that's the whole push on a lot of theories and risk management, is really so that whoever's pushing it has something to sell you and saying, look, it's worth something. Look at all this info I'm giving you. When for me, I'm happy to say that I am naive, that I'm ignorant on trading. I want to know less. Someone posts about some new trading thing, I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know. I already made it to the top 5% where I'm consistently getting payouts. I don't believe in bettering myself anymore in trading. In trading, I believe once you get there, stop learning. You know, that's my belief, and it's worked for me for the past 2-3 years. You see on my Twitter, I've been posting the same base hits and same type of payouts for 3 years. It's not something new. It's not something I switched up, something I learned. It's something I figured out how to do, and I stopped. Like, that's it. This is what I will do, you know?
And now I absolutely want to dig into that conversation. Before I do, chat, just so you know, it's very clear here. You can see my screen. For anybody that's questioning me, the stop is set here at the low of the initial balance. The take profit is set at the initial balance high. So if I get stopped out, so be it. The stop will be exactly what's shown on the screen here, 623. But I'm just letting you guys know, because I would like to hop over to Ike's chart, because the negative RR conversation is something that I've been waiting to have with Ike. For some reason, the main question that comes across all the time is, what's your win rate and what's your RR? Everybody is so fixated on having a specific RR instead of doing what we said in the earlier comments, making sure your expenses are lower than your income, right? Like, instead of trying to debate with, you know, somebody you'll never shake their hand with in real life, instead of debating with that person on the internet, why don't we just focus on getting payouts? And however you get payouts is what you should move forward with, whether that's a different strategy, whether that's a different RR, whether that's a different win rate. Instead of comparing to other people, just focus on that money going in and out of your bank account. So, Ike, did you share your chart? Because I would love to
I think so, right?
Go a little bit further into, like, all right, perfect. So the negative RR king, I want to hear it from you first. Why is that calendar so green? Why is negative RR working out for you?
Okay, so the calendar is green because when I see the money, I take that money. Okay, I'm not sitting in there because my mentor told me I have to let it run to London high or London low. I'm not leaving it in there because of that. I'm not, if I'm making $200 on a trade and I have it on 8 accounts, I'm taking that money. Like, where are you from that you don't want to make $200 in about 15 minutes, 10 minutes, times 8. Like, what world are you from? We're like, no, I can't take this yet. I need a hold. And then it ends up becoming an L. Like, what are you doing? Like, the reason I kind of started my negative RR is really like the golden rule for me in trading is do no self-harm. Okay, you could take a loss, but don't hurt yourself. What's hurting yourself? It's doing something that you're telling yourself, maybe I shouldn't do, and you do it, and then you're mad at yourself for doing it. So I don't get mad at myself anymore. So it's like at night, I used to trade at night, then be in bed looking at my trade like, I like can't sleep well. It's like, okay, that's it. I don't trade at night anymore because that was hurting me. If I want to force a trade because I'm in the middle of making breakfast for my kids and I'm looking at a chart, I'm like, oh, maybe I get in this trade and then I lose it because I wasn't concentrating. That's it. I don't do that anymore. Like, I don't hurt myself anymore. And that means if I'm up 300-400 on a trade, there's no way ever in the world that will turn into a loss. No way. It won't happen. I will trail my stop aggressively and I'll take it and I'll get in on the next trade. Like the market's not going anywhere. It's like fishing. Like when you go fishing, you're like, oh, I got to stay out there on the boat the whole day, catch every fish. It's like, no, you can go back out on the boat tomorrow. The boat will be there. You can always catch more fish. The market is always there. I remember, and I get it, because when I first started trading, I felt the same way. I'd log in to watch someone live on YouTube and they're talking about like, this, and then I'm like, get to trading. Like, what are you doing? Like, there's money to be made. But you gotta calm down. That money will be there for you if you stop chasing it. Money runs when you chase, So I take my money quick. I have big stops, but I'll move my stops to profit very fast. So very rarely do I have a loss. Like very rare. You see on my calendars, it's very, very rare that I'll have a loss. And if I do, no problem. I'll move to another account. That's another beauty of prop trading is you can hurt one account. And if you have 5, 6, 8 other ones, you're still fine. You could still be profitable on that day. Even if you lost 2,000 on one account and made 300 in 4 other accounts, if you can get a payout, you're super profitable that day,
So the thing I appreciate the most about all of those statements was literally the word I, right? Like it's a trial by fire type of experience, and you're not pointing fingers. It's not because this person said so, they're doing this, there's some kind of holy grail over there. It was data driven from your own experience, right? You've tried it, didn't work, adjusted, figured out how to move forward more appropriately. That's a thing that I wish people did more often, was just put the time and effort in, because it just goes to show how much experience you have, how many failures you must have had, and that's how I've always learned, is failing forward. Like you understand what is right versus what is wrong because you've done both of them. Like the one bad experience is like the thing you don't want to do anymore, and the one good experience is like, let's try to replicate that again. And being able to learn from both of those experiences and continue to keep moving forward without being deterred by all the noise that's on social media is the best way forward. But people don't always want to put the time in, and they're always looking for some sort of shortcut, so they go to social media.
Yeah.
So a good follow-up question for that is maybe how long did it take you to obtain some of that information and understand some of those decision-making processes?
Yeah, so it probably took about 8 to 10 months until I was able to not be consistently losing. And then there was like another time where it almost was like an epiphany moment for me, right? Because I'm in a live stream, and I'm with like a few thousand people watching there, and I'm like, I think I'm smart, and then I'm gonna figure this out, and I'm special, right? I'm like smarter than your average. I'm special. I think I'll figure this out. But I'm like, wait, I'm in a room with another 4,000 people or so, and they all think they're special, they're smart, and they're gonna figure it out. So I'm like, really, we're all the same. I'm like, the only thing that would make me special is if I realize I'm not special. Like, realize that you're just a regular person. You're not special. You're not going to crack the code, or you're not going to break the algorithm. You're a regular guy. You don't need to be super smart, and just follow where price is going. I'm never sniper entries. I'm never first place. I'm always second, third place. I follow price, and that's fine. Like, you don't need to be first place to win. It's way harder. Like, give me the easy way to get money and go on with my day. So it took that kind of epiphany to realize I'm not smart. I'm average at best, and I'm in a room with a bunch of people who think they're smart, but they're all average at best. So the only way to break free is realize that and stop pretending that that you know it all. So that's when I also cut out all extra information. I'm like, I don't need to know, what happened yesterday, today. I'm in a NQ for 10 to 12 points, 5 to 12 points. I don't need to know what happened last night. I don't need to know what happened this morning. I give me less info. I just want to ride a candle up, ride a candle down, pause, you know what I mean? And then that's it. Like, that's my whole deal, is just get your money, get out. Don't try to be the best. I can go to a basketball game, see LeBron playing, and be like, oh, I want to be like that. I will never be like LeBron. Besides for the fact I'm a short king and can't dunk, I can't be LeBron. So you need to know, if I want to make money in basketball, the best I can aim for is maybe sitting on a bench somewhere, maybe like doing some type of paperwork, but I can still make money in basketball. Like, know who you are. If you're not great, and chances are you got into trading because if you were great, not you, Ash, I mean, like, people getting into trading are getting into trading because they're looking to be great at something, right? If they were already great at something, chances are they're not looking to get into trading. So you're looking to be great. You want to be great. You want to show your mom and dad how smart you are. And look, I could call this trade out here. Forget all that. Show with the payouts. Stop trying to be a genius. Just get money. And it really is that simple, unfortunately,
I hate to say it, and I see some of the comments. People find it interesting, but it's so true. Like, it is the raw reality of what's going on here. And maybe that just goes to show that these things need to be said more often, because, man, I agree with everything that Ike is saying here. Know thyself, know where you belong, do what you're good at, and move forward with that. Stop looking for outside confirmations. You don't need to appease that random social media account. All you need to do is put money in your pocket. Like, forget about looking to justify what you're doing through someone you'll never meet. Like, just focus on putting money in your bank account, and who cares about telling this person they're right or wrong. That doesn't matter. Once again, the only thing that does matter is putting money in your bank account. So it might sound different or interesting, but it's the raw reality here, and it's the truth. And that's why, chat, please throw a bunch of W's in chat for Forex Ike. Ike, if you want to even link your socials real quick, I think people need to hear more about this. So please give him a follow. This is just the raw reality of trading, coming from somebody that I quite literally have seen some very green calendars from. And that's why I wanted to get him on here, because, if we could all focus on our own business, become independent thinkers, know thyself, and work on the things that we're good at, I think everybody else is going to have better experiences here, instead of trying to look to, justify some comment on social media. Like,
and the proof is in the pudding, right? If I was saying all this, but I can't show any money or payouts or any history, for sure, you could be like, nah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But I've been showing years nonstop. And I don't do anything crazy. I got an EMA, and I do support and resistance. I'll draw up this chart in a bit to show you what I look for and how I get into trades. But like, I do support and resistance. That's like known as the joke of trading. That's like dumb money. That's like retail, right? I'm retail. I'm as retail as can be, and I get nonstop payouts. And I have my RR is somewhere between 0.28 and 0.5, right? Not even 1-to-1. And my win rate is like 89 to 93%. And this is what I do. And it's also because, like you were saying, know thyself, is that I know I'm not a genius. I'm not going to pretend like I'm going to crack the Fibonacci code that the market's been around for 200 years, with the greatest minds with unlimited resources have been trying to break the code. I'm not going to break it. And chances are nobody watching YouTube stream is going to break that code. So how do you make money? You just follow the price. I don't try to catch the top. I don't try to catch the bottom. I get a closure above the range. I expect it to go to the next resistance. I get a closure below support. I expect it to go to the next support. That's it. It's as simple as possible. And I don't know about when you first traded, but when I first traded, I was making money before I knew anything. I was making money. I just was riding price up. All of a sudden, I'm like, let me perfect this, right? Because that's like human nature. Like, let me get better. Like, oh, I'm making this much. Let me make more. All of a sudden, I start learning this concept, that concept, this concept. All of a sudden, I'm profitable. Couldn't win a trade all of a sudden. I'm like, oh, maybe I need to study more, study, work, unprofitable. Got back to basics where I was making money, money came right back. So
If
it's
I'm
really
hearing this correctly, we're not trading the suspension blocks that are crossing over consequent encroachment of the new week opening gap that has an inversion.
I don't even want to hear something with more than 3 syllables in there. Encroachment gap, not messing with it, man. I want a closure above or a closure below. You know, my highest time frame, being that I'm going anywhere from like 5 to 15 points on NQ, the highest time frame I go is usually 30 minutes. Like I don't go, you know, sometimes I'll go to a 4-hour looking for maybe a target on a wick where I might say, okay, I think price is going to keep going to this wick thing, but I mark up a 30-minute chart and I enter off the 5-minute and I go for, like I said, 5, 10 points, trailing my stop, take the money, copy trading, and go on with my day.
Amazing. So just so you know, chat real quick, the initial balance there did hit the stop loss, so I'm now out of the position. I would like to stay on Ike's chart though. I just wanted to give you an update on that. That's an L for today. We go right on to the next one. Now, if you don't mind, I'm not asking you to hop into a position, but if you could mark up your chart to maybe give them a visual of the things that you're saying as well, to maybe help them understand more of what you're saying visually, so that they kind of can see how you do get in and get out.
Sure. Yeah, and I picked up a new MFF eval, which I have loaded on over here. So, you know, totally fine getting into a trade here. But look, this is really what I do. I log in, just go right to the 30-minute, and I look for kind of candle closures, like, you know, you see over here, like candle closures, or multiple wick touches. So pretty much over here, we got nice little support. Here we've got another one where a lot of wick touches, kind of. Another one over here. You know, this is like basic stuff. If I showed this to like a trader, they'd be like, what are you even doing? This is like kid stuff. You can't make money like this. But that's not true. You could, and I do. So here, so this is pretty much my chart right now. Now, right here, what I'm looking for, even at this point, see where this candle closes, because I do wait for closures on the 5-minute. I like how price broke down, touched this support, came right back up to this resistance, and it's kind of respecting it right now, right? So I'm of the mind that we're going to continue going down here, and I love watching wicks getting filled. Wicks get filled all the time on NQ. I mean, look at every single wick here. Every wick got filled pretty much, not this guy yet, but pretty much every wick is getting filled all the time. So I always look for that too. That's something which just from screen time, you'll end up seeing like patterns or things that make sense to you. So I'm expecting this wick to get filled. I like how this is respecting, but I do want this candle to close first, and it's almost 11 o'clock. That's another thing. I stay away from the hourly closures because, you know, at the hour, you get spikes going one way or the other. And when I'm just looking for a few points, a 10-point, 12-point spike the wrong way could knock me out. So I'm just going to wait here for this candle to close at 11 and see how the next how the next candle goes. So if this closes up here, let's say this candle comes up, closes, I'd wait for the next candle to pull down first. And if I see it respecting this support, I would put a buy stop at the break of the high. I buy high, I sell higher. Okay, I don't buy low, sell high. Buy high, sell higher. Put a buy stop and then expect price to come right back up here. So and you see, this is why I wait for closures, because before I was liking it to come down. Right now, I'd be in some pain right now if I was in a sell, right? So this is all part of the do no self-harm. Okay, you see that waiting for the closures, even if you miss a trade, I'm fine with missing a trade, better than taking an L, you know? So this is really how deep my trading goes, is that. So I like this right now. Now, if I can get price to come down here, and I would put a buy stop on the top, and then hope price comes back up, fills the range up. And it's that simple. Or if price ends up coming down here and closes down here, now we're expecting it to come back down. I don't have a bias. My bias will change as candles close. My bias changes because, like I said, I'm looking 10, 15 points. Your average 5-minute candle these days is 10, 15 points. So I don't need too much info, you know, and I don't want too much info. I can't handle it, you know.
So I love the simplicity, right? It's just like, we didn't just go through a checklist of like 90 different things. He
Zero.
literally just put a couple lines on the chart, and that's really about it, right? So, I mean, please do correct me if I'm wrong, if I didn't understand any of that, but he's just looking at support and resistance, like areas in which price has reacted. So he's looking at that area to show some kind of reaction again here in the future. Like when he pointed to the support and resistance, he had pointed to prior locations that showed some form of reaction. And now he's using those areas as areas of interest to make his decision making on in terms of buying or selling. The other part that I really love about that is no bias, right? There's a lot of people get stuck in this information overload to the point where they cannot move further in even executing because they're sitting there saying, what's the bias, right? Instead of just executing. They don't even get to the point of executing because they feel as if there's information that they're missing. But it all boils down to the simplicity is where I'm going with that statement, is simplicity brings clarity. You didn't see him make a checklist of 25 different things to get into the position. He said, here's some support, here's some resistance. Let's see what happens at this location, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. And that's also about knowing who you are. Like, I know I'm not a genius. I was never like your A+ student in school. So I'm not going to pretend, oh, all of a sudden now I can handle all this extra info, which really, I don't even know if it matters. I think that it helps make you maybe feel better about a trade or something. But I think that if you keep it simple and stop overthinking, you can find profitability. I mean, I put it on my Twitter the other day where I said there's someone with half your IQ making 10x the income because they're too stupid to outsmart themselves. Like, everyone's outsmarting themselves because you think you're so smart. If you realize mom lied to you, you're not that smart, you're average, you'll stop trying to outsmart yourself. You'll realize, you're like, wait, why am I thinking I'm stupid? I shouldn't be thinking, let me just do this. And that is when you find profitability. I know it's a little ego hit, but it's okay to say, all right, I'm not great at anything except getting payouts. I can't call the market 2 days ahead and the highs and the lows, but I can consistently get payouts. I can consistently conserve my accounts. You know, like that's really the whole point here. So right here, what I'm looking for is I'm okay with I'm kind of looking, I'm of both minds at this point. So I'm waiting to see how this candle plays out, because right now, if this candle does flip, I would like this. I could see this coming up here, but if we close below, here, I'm looking for it to go down. So what I would normally do here is wait for this 5-minute candle to close. This 5-minute candle closes below here. Now I'm going to expect price to come down. If it closes above, I'm liking it to go up, and that's it. So my bias changes with the candles, because when else should it change? You know, like if you're a swing trader, sure, I get it. Then you have different aims. One candle doesn't mean anything. I'd rather make $1,000 a day in 10 minutes than $1,000 a day over on a 3-hour trade. I'd rather be in and out. You know, like that's how I see it. And I think most people got into trading for the money. You're not in this to be the best chart reader. You're not in this to be the best trader. You're in this for the money. So when you see money, take the money. Don't say, oh, I can't take it. I am up this much, but I can't take it because my mentor told me that, you know, I need to at least have a 2R if I'm a good trader. Okay, so I'm a bad trader. I'm just great at getting paid all the time, you know, like, and you see why I'm waiting. You see price is kind of not giving me a clear direction here. So I'm just waiting for clear direction, catch that one candle, and we go on with the day.
Listen, chat, if there's any holy grail from today, your mom lied to you.
That's for sure. That goes for the whole chat. And that's
somebody clip it. Somebody clip it. Where's the clip farmers? Somebody clip it. Your mom lied to you. And listen, now you're going to see, once you understand that, you're going to start seeing payouts. That's the holy grail.
Yeah, it really is, because look, a lot of people want their parents, everyone wants their parents to be proud of them, right? So when you're into some type of trading, you want to show your parents, look, I called this, it flew here, I made, like, you want to feel like you're great. It's okay. You'll feel like you're great when you're covering the bills. You know, like this weekend, I'm going to a indoor water park thing, taking my parents there with us with the kids so they could spend time with the kids. Dude, the place for two, because we rented a 3-bedroom suite, it's $5,000 for a weekend. But this is how I show them I'm great at something. If I show them my chart, If I showed your regular trader my chart, they'd say, this is the ugliest chart ever, these scalps. This is the ugliest. I'm like, okay, I got ugly executions, beautiful payouts. What do you want? You want beautiful executions and then no payouts? Like this is where I'm at. So here I am liking this short over here. I would like price to come up a bit, but I am liking a little, I am liking price to let's see if we can catch a little something here, if I can get in this. Also, I only do stop orders. I never do a market order. I wait for price to come to me and I ride along with the price. I'm not picking, oh, this is where it's going to go down from here. This is, see, I didn't catch in this one yet because I want to put a stop in. I'm never picking my, you know, like a falling knife or something or anything like that. I put a stop order and I just move along with price. Let price take me with it. You know what I mean? Like, so if I don't catch it and price just runs without me, so be it. I'll catch the next one. But this is kind of a typical trade for me, 470, 950. By the way, it will never get to 470. I'll close this probably at 350 or something like that. And this is why I don't put a market order too. Look, we're getting price to do a little moving here. I'm going to put in a sell stop now, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens over here. But I love wicks getting filled. I see a bunch of wicks down here where I can expect price to come back down to, all these wicks. So let's just see what happens here. But
so no market orders, and we'll go with limits for at least the TP and the stop loss. So people understand a sell stop or a buy stop. A buy stop, right? That's setting an order above price and you get filled as price is going up through it. Same thing with the sell stop. That is, you're shorting below the current price, and when price goes through the sell stop, you'd be entered into it. Whereas market, you're just hopping into the position instantaneously. So as you saw there, the sell stop was triggered. It was below price, and since price went down to it, that's why he got entered into it. So just know the difference for the different order types as well. You know, that's another knowing thyself type of conversation. Somebody telling you whether markets are better, limits are better, or sell stops, stop orders are better. That's a know thyself type of comment. You collect the data so that you understand what you're best at executing, right? So like, for example, I use limit orders. So it doesn't make it any better or any worse than what Ike is doing. It's just what I'm used to doing, and that's how I've trained myself. So it's not a right versus wrong thing. It's a knowing thyself thing.
Right. And you can't argue with profitability. So I know you've had a live account now for almost a year. So there's nothing anyone can tell you about how you should be trading or what works or what doesn't. Like you don't need to hear it. You're doing it. So
and
it's
that's
the same
best
thing.
part of the conversation is you're on the complete other side of the spectrum from me, and that's why I was so interested in having this conversation. Like we trade so differently, yet we've both had payouts. There's a lesson in that, chat. Like that, for real. Like it doesn't matter how you trade. That it just goes to show if you can master your skill set, it doesn't matter what Joe Schmo is doing over there. Like we could both coexist in a world where we're both just trading, and that's it. It doesn't have to be a he said, she said. It doesn't have to be a holy grail. There's no secret sauce. Do what's right for you, and you know what's right because you're either obtaining payouts or you're not. What is right versus what is wrong is not what Joe Schmo just said on Twitter. Okay, so just take that 2 cents, right? And I'm still in the live account. That trade you saw on my chart earlier is from an account that I started in May of last year, in which that's my live account at MyFundedFutures, and I've taken 20 plus payouts from it. And even though me and Ike trade two completely different ways, he's not sitting here saying, oh, stop orders are better than limit orders, even though I just said I use limit and he uses a stop, because that's not what we're here for. All we're here for is you either make money or lose money. And that's what it is at the end of the day.
And you know, people are, you know, in different situations, which gives them other advantages. You know, the tallest tree in the forest isn't necessarily the tallest tree because it was the best seed. Maybe it was a little bit perched up and had a little, like some stream running through it, or it had undisturbed light, or it could be a million different reasons why that tree is way bigger. It doesn't mean it's a better tree. It just had a better setup, you could say, or better start to life. So, which is why I talk about how you should be set up when you're going into trading, and that if I wasn't making money already consistently outside of trading, when I got into trading, I probably would have quit a long time ago. So, you know, your journey is your journey. You can't compare that with anybody else's. And as long as you focus on yourself, you will make money, but you gotta cut out the noise, especially if you're like me and not super smart. If you're not super smart, stop pretending you are. Stop pretending you need to look at a weekly chart because you're looking for 10 points. You don't need that. You don't need to know any of that stuff. So cut it out, make your money, get out. As ugly as a trade looks, who cares? Get paid. That's the point for me of prop trading and trading in general. I mean, I trade a live account too, or like a personal account, and I trade it the same way. But I take money out every week from there too. I usually put 1,000 in, get it to 1,500, take out 500, do it again. It's like an ongoing little cycle I've got on my live account. But
Chat, the other clip that we're gonna need is the bank account clip. That one's the one that's gonna stick with me here. Ike, I'll probably say it wrong, but I'm gonna try to repeat it. In the beginning, Ike was like, you know, your bank doesn't care if you're trading inversions. Your bank doesn't care if you're trading sell stops. Your bank doesn't care if you're doing support and resistance. It's gonna accept the money.
Full disclosure, call your bank first, because if it's an ICT bank, they may only accept unicorn inversions with PD arrays. So make sure to call your bank first. But most banks, they treat money all the same. So just before you put your money in there, check it.
I love that. I love that. So now to try to get back towards the trading strategy, is there a certain amount of points that you're looking for? Is there a certain amount of profit that you're looking for in terms of withdrawals? How does the strategy work in terms of negative RR? Because it looks like, right, you're going to need a lot more winners than if you had a large loser. So is there, I guess what I'm asking is, you just mentioned the live account. You had stated putting in $1,000, when it gets to 1,500, you'll withdraw. Is that kind of the same mindset there for prop accounts as well?
Yeah, I mean, with prop accounts, you know, I'm usually targeting, you know, depending on how many accounts I'm copying to, but I'm normally targeting, let's say, a few equal bottoms, like wick, like where I see a lot of rejections happening, something like that. So that's what I'm usually targeting. Normally a few $100, and normally I'm risking 4 times what I'd lose, about 3 to 4 times what I'd lose. So if I take an L, then yeah, then it's going to take me 3-4 times to get that back. But normally my L's happen once every couple of weeks or so, where I'm getting multiple payouts before that ever happens. And so it's not, you know, like this trade obviously is not looking lovely right now. And, but so be it, you know, I take the L and we keep moving. You know, it's not, it doesn't change anything with the strategy, because the strategy is proven. I'm not nervous about it. You know, we take the L and we'll look for another entry when we see one. You know, here, it got messed up on this one, but that's it. We'll keep going. It doesn't change anything. You know, as long as
So basically, where I was going with that question was referring to, like, you don't look for 20 points on NQ. You don't discriminate in terms of how much it'll give you, and you don't force your opinion on it. Like, for example, having a strict 25-point stop and then having a take profit of 50 points so that you ensure you're getting 1 to 2 risk to reward. You don't do strict, hard rules like that. You work with price and you go with the flow.
Right. So I do have also a scalping strategy, which I've shown some friends in my real life that they've used, which is, you know, a little bit different. I have a few scalping accounts which I use this on, which is pretty much what I'm looking for in it. Let me just draw this out to show you. I'm pretty much looking for any 5-minute candle that's between 10 to 30 points, not bigger than 30, but not smaller than 10. This is just to measure that pretty much. And after the candle closes, expecting about a 4-point retracement. So I'll normally, you know, have that set up on like Ninja Trader or something. So I have it auto brackets in. And as soon as I have a closure on a 5-minute that meets this criteria, I just enter in that. So for instance, right here, this candle, 81 to this is 22 points. Over here, I would have done a sell right at the close of this candle and taken 4 or 5 points, which is at 701, which would have been right to over here. So this would have been a quick little W hit over here. And then sometimes I'll do that for, you know, an hour straight or so. Not every 5-minute candle. Normally, if it's near some like equal highs, I won't short into equal highs or buy into equal lows. But for the most part, this is a really great little scalping strategy I use where I'm targeting 4 to 5 points, and I'm risking 18 to 20 points. And as long as you don't get crazy with it, because eventually you will lose, obviously, on it. So what I do on this is I might copy trade in groups of 2 or 3 accounts, do 3 trades in each one to make a quick few $100s in each one, and then go move on. But that's another great scalping strategy, which is very easy to do. And so that's really my 2 main strategies of trading here. Is I have my support and resistance, and then I've got my little 5-minute wick scalping strategy. So I taught this to one of my friends in real life because he was seeing like I'm making money. Like he's like, let me learn something. So I showed him this 5-minute scalping strategy. His first month, I'm not even joking, I posted this online. He made 10 grand his first month doing this, just doing this strategy. Then all of a sudden he messaged me, oh my God, I found VWAP, I found this online. He lost all his accounts since then. As soon as he started getting better, learning more, he blew his account. So I'm trying to get him back to basics now. But I mean, that's what I'm always preaching to everyone who will listen. You know, I don't sell anything. I don't have a course. I don't have a membership. I don't have anything like that. I'm just sharing this because I believe everyone could make, maybe not $10,000 a week, but everyone can make a few $100s extra a day. Everyone can do it. If you just put your ego aside and aim at making money. Like, do you want to be a genius or do you want to get paid? Like, pick the one you want to do, you know?
I also love how that goes to show how much opportunity is in the market. People are just looking for like the perfect opportunity, whereas that scalping strategy that he just mentioned, that looks like you could take that trade at any point in time. Like,
look at every one of these wicks, every candle here, it would have worked on.
Right. So it's not like the bias needs to align with the new week opening gap and, you know, cross over midnight open and have SMT. Like, it's like, this looks like you can get in a trade at any point in time. So it just
people hate range when we're ranging or barcoding. I love barcoding. That's when this strategy is the best. I mean, look at all these candles. Every one of these had a retracement after it went up, retrace. These are too small. This one went up, big retrace. So, and I'm just going 4 or 5 points. So every one of these candles, pretty much everyone would have worked here for a quick 5 points. So instead of me catching 30 points on one trade, I'll catch 5 points on 6 trades, you know?
Chat. So, another W, man. This dude is just coming in here, dropping a ton of value and sharing a lot of experience with it. Please throw another W in chat for him. Go check out his pages. I can resonate with everything he's saying, and that's why I'm finding it so valuable. And it's so good to hear other like-minded professionals say some of this stuff, because it just goes to show he's focused on his own business. He's got his priorities set, and he's blocking out all the noise. And I can first-handedly tell you, I'm pretty sure the last calendar I saw from Ike was, what'd you have there? Like 20 green days in a row? That was like an entire month. I think
26. Well, now there's more, but yeah.
I mean,
and that's normal. You can go on my page, scroll back to last year around the same time. You'll see that you'll see a similar calendar. You know what I mean? Like,
and there's no holy grail here. There's no gate kept information that's going to secretly make you profitable once you learn this. It's so simple that I wouldn't be. Have you shown your kids this yet? Because you're making it so simple that you could probably teach a 5-year-old.
I have. There's some videos I have where I break down my trades to my 3-year-old and 2-year-old. You see me breaking it down, explaining them like, oh, you see over here, and you see how we run now. We take this money so we could pay for swim class this month. You know, like, so it's like it is the simplest strategy. And like when I show it to people online, they're like, this is crazy. Then I show them my payouts. Like, okay, maybe there's something to talk about over here. You know, like here, this was a 10-point candle. Again, retracement here. So if you might say that's such a stupid way to trade, fine, it's stupid. Call me stupid. Call me so stupid. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Help me. Help me, I'm so stupid. You know what I mean? Like, call me stupid. I don't mind. It's the payouts. That's why I'm here. I'm not here for any other reason. I'm here for payouts. And since it's so simple, let me share it with everyone. If it was complex, I just wouldn't have the time or head to share it. But it's so simple. Anyone can do it. Anyone can do it. But one of the holy grail is inside each person. If you find your own holy grail, you can't look for. I spend time looking for a holy grail. I spend time trying to program a bot to auto trade. I spend all that time and money wasting it when really you are the holy grail. You have it, but you need to focus on what's important and remember that your mom lied to you. Just remember it. She was being nice. She was being sweet. She meant well. You'll probably lie to your kids too, saying they're the best. But, you know, deep down, like, all right, look, hopefully they can make a job and support us. So, you know, like, what's the chances you're going to have an Einstein? You know what I mean? Like, so it's like that's the important part to remember here is everyone can be successful. You don't need to be a genius. You don't need to rack your brain. You don't need to live and be obsessed with trading. Well, as soon as I make my few hundred, I'm done for the day. I'm closing my chart. I'm done. The whole point of getting money was for freedom. Then you see people that are locked into the charts for 20 hours a day. It's like, why did you get into trading? Because you wanted to be the best candlestick reader? That was never the point. The point was always money and freedom, always. Yeah.
I love it. I love it, man. We're going to have to get you back on here because this is the cold, hard truth, and people need to hear it more often. So we do only have another 8 minutes, though, before the next host show up. So I did want to give chat a opportunity to ask Ike some questions. So chat, throw some questions in the chat, something that you want to hear from Ike. We got 8 minutes left. And I would love to see if he can go back and forth and answer some of those questions that he finds valuable. Ike, I don't know if you have chat open, but if you don't, just let me know and I'll relay some questions.
Yeah, I just opened it up right now.
Very good. Yeah, so chat, throw a question into chat for Ike, something that you've been waiting to ask him this entire special guest segment. Let him know he's been providing a ton of value, so I'm sure he's willing to help chat some more.
Okay, I see. What's my average RR and win rate? My average RR is pretty much between 0.29 and 0.5. Win rate is between like 87 and 93. And you can check out my Twitter. I post all that. You know, I'm not embarrassed to show that, you know, like, so you can see, you know, and it's not my win rate is that for the day. It's months, you know what I mean? It's an ongoing deal. So you can definitely check all that out. I don't have any paid services or Discords or chats. You can catch me pretty much mostly on X just because it's the easiest for me to type as I'm living life. You know what I mean? So I do this for the love of the game, you know?
So with that being said, how many trades are you willing to take in a day then?
It really depends on my day, you know? So I will take 5 trades in a day, 8 trades in a day if my day isn't busy. But that's going back to like my do no self-harm. I won't trade if I'm busy with work or other stuff going on. Like I don't want to cloud my brain and force a trade and then be mad at myself because I forced this trade and took a loss. You know, I'd rather not trade for 2, 3, 4 days in a row than force myself into a trade when I don't have the time to trade. So if I have a lot of time that day, I might take 5, 8, 10 trades that day. If it's a busy day, I might do 1 or none, you know? So it's like, it's dictated by my day, you know, my day, because I know I need to be in the right mind when I'm getting into these trades. So
it just resonates with the know thyself comment, right? Like if you're putting the kids on the school bus, like why are we, you know, jumping in and out of trades? Just focus on putting the kids on the school bus. Like it's just such good information, man. I really appreciate your time today. So
sure.
Thank you.
Someone just asked about the EMAs. I got a 7 EMA and a 20.
Too.
Yeah. So I see. So I've got the 7 EMA, which I often use for entries, and the 20 EMA, which I more often use for stops. So if you look back, the 20 EMA is a great place for stops because if you were buying off the EMA, even when you drop down, you really don't get stopped out till around the 20. So I and they're not like solid rules where I must enter off this and this is my hard stop, but that's typically where I use these from. Like so if I was looking for a long here, which I'm not because it looks like we touched resistance and now we're heading back down. But if I was looking for a long, I'd wait for price to come down closer to the CMA, then put a buy stop maybe somewhere up here in the middle and let price flip back up and take me into it. You know, I don't put the limit here. I'll put a stop a little higher up. And this is going back. Look, here's another one of those 5-minute candles, which easily would have paid you another few points. So these are all, you know, these are all different strategies, and I have different accounts for like my scalping. You know, I have a scalping, this 5-minute scalping strategy. I've got my support and resistance. Those are, yeah, that's pretty much my only two that I'm trading, 2 different strategies, but I have different accounts that I use them on, just so if I have a bad day in one, I'll still have a good day in the other, you know?
So then that leads into my next question too. When trading each day, is there a certain dollar amount that you set as a limitation, or is it like per account? Do we do one account at a time, or is it like a certain percentage of the drawdown?
I'll usually trade about 3 account, copy trade 3 at a time. And once I have like 1 or 2 wins on that account, on those accounts, I'll go to another group of 3 or so, you know what I mean? So I'll skip around. So, you know, I might have 25 accounts, and then I might have 3 that are all green. Then I might have 3 that are red, and then another 3 that are green. You know what I mean? So again, if I'm looking at the RR of my sim profits, you might say, oh, this was almost a break-even day with those 3 big losses and those 15 small wins. But when you're looking at what you just qualified for payout and what those 3 big losses actually cost, you had an amazing day, amazing ROI day, an amazing RR day for your bank account, which is the only RR you should really be looking at.
Very good. So the risk is diversified across the accounts,
right,
allowing you to take more trades if you want to.
Right, exactly. And because there's times you want to keep trading, you're feeling good, but when I have profit already secured, I'm not risking that profit. Like, so I'll go into another account or even buy a new eval to trade, because I'd rather lose 50 to 100 bucks on an eval than 300 to 400 times 3 in accounts, which is real money at that point that I could take out, you know?
Very good. So that means if you did take a winning trade, you would be willing to take another trade, but you're going to change the account. So the one specific account can stay green, and we'll just move over here so that that can stay green.
Exactly. Yeah.
Very
yeah, I've got some videos where you'll see like all my Ninja Trader accounts up, and you'll just see like 3 at a time, like green, then the next 3 green, next 3 red, green, green, green. So, you know, with the high win rate, of course there'll be losses. There'll always be losses, but as long as you're controlling them and you're not letting them take your profits from a funded account, there's nothing wrong. It's part of the game. It's part of the game.
So then that goes for the losses too. Would you go until the account is blown, because then you can just start a new one? And
no, I don't like that. You know, there's a kind of like a mentality about, you know, oh, I'm already down, let me just blow this and start fresh. It's like that's not really the healthiest mentality. You know, if there's, you know, it's one thing if there's no drawdown left, 100 bucks or something, I get it. But if you know, like this account right here, I lost like 900 bucks on this eval on that first trade. There's still plenty of drawdown here. I could totally make this back up in 3 of these 5-minute trade scalps. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that's it. I'm YOLOing this right now. I took an L. I'm YOLOing it. It's like this account is still totally fine for me, and I'm still gonna anticipate passing this eval. You know, that just because my first trade was a loss does not mean I gave up on this account. You know?
Wow. Just pure value, chat. I mean, this was a amazing one. We're gonna have to cut this up.
Respecting the resistance I drew up here, where I said I wouldn't take a long, because look, price came back up from here, touched this magical gray line I made, and now it's pulling back down. You know, so you know, it's also about being patient. Don't jump for the money, but you see how it goes.
That random gray line, that support and resistance. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought, chat? Some simple support and resistance can go a long way, and some negative RR. What a world.
What a world we live in. What a time to be alive.
What a world we live in, where we can actually trade negative RR and support and resistance. Wow.
Crazy.
Well, chat, this is the end of our segment. I do want to give Ike like 2 seconds. If you have anything to leave chat with, if you got one little golden nugget or anything that you'd like them to remember, feel free to let them know, and then we'll hand the mics over to the next host.
Okay. Chat, you do not need to overcomplicate it. You don't need to get crazy. Trading is not a science where 2 + 2 always equals 4. And when you're back testing journaling, you might trick yourself into saying, well, if I just know this, I can't lose because 2 + 2 equals 4. So if I learn trading, sweep plus field breaker value gap equals point go up, and then you'll drive yourself crazy when it doesn't happen. It's not a science. So you can't get scientific with it when it's not a science. So keep it simple, follow price. Don't try to be great at trading. Take the money when you see it, and you will be profitable. Anyone, if I can do it, anyone can do it. And I'm not joking with you when I say that. Okay? Do it. Try negative RR. If you want to be good at trading, have one account where you're good at trading and do that. Have another account where you do negative RR. See where you get a payout first. I dare you. See it. Check it out.
Absolutely love it. Ike, thank you, man. Thank you for your time. That was pure gold. Chat, please throw a bunch of W's in chat for Ike. Go check him out on social medias. We need to get him back on here because that was amazing. That was just pure gold for an hour straight. I am very thankful. Thank you for your time, Ike.
Of course.
I am going to go ahead and hand the mic over. We have Husk and Myth coming up next. So thank you, chat. We will see you all on the next live stream. Stick around for Husk and Myth segment that's coming up next. I hope you all have a good day. Thank you again to Forex Ike.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thank you guys for having me back again.
How's it going, Husk? How you doing this morning?
We're good. Been a good morning. We're only red on one account today.
Red on one account. That's not
Yeah,
bad.
I got smacked in that opener this morning where it just stalled out right there above the 20s.
Yeah, I'm red too on my fundeds. Most of them. I did hit some green trades on some of the other ones last night on gold, but for the most part, yeah, we're a little red.
And we're taking that same long as we took this morning above the pivot. So I usually trade off pivots a lot. And so I like the retest into Fibonacci pivots. So we're in that same long that we took the red on this morning, still looking to reach those previous day highs.
Oh, you long now?
Yeah, I've been long since about 710.
All
So
right,
I just waited for the mess in between 700 and that 90 level. Then once we popped the 710s, we got long again. This is just the leftover runner, though. We've already took the first contracts off.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a Husk chart up there, if you don't mind.
I'm hoping we create this order block so that we can continue higher up here. Like I said, we're looking for the previous day high up there at 805. And we also have our next pivot also up there at the, what, 800s?
Yeah, that's kind of my drone liquidity. I think the previous day high 805 is probably in range here. I was long from lower. I kind of was long most of the pullback, unfortunately. I was able to hold it and get out with profit. I'm actually still in it, but you guys just can't see it. I am targeting the same level there. I'm long from 677. So we'll see if we can't push up into that 805 area for the TP. Looks like you're targeting the 750. You're just going to take it off, kind of front run it a little bit.
No, well, this is the runner. I entered with 4 contracts, so we took the 3 off. We did like the little 10-point quick banger. Then
Oh, that's 790. My bad.
790. Oh, okay. Yeah. Just look for the quick 10 points up to the 25. Basically trading in between hold numbers. You know me, I like to trade in between hold numbers where we're, this is probably the third push. So most of the time how I play that is I never take the first push into the 700 or the 790. I wait for it to hit the 710, pull back to the 790. In this case, it pulled back to what, 675. And on that next candle that pushed back into the 700, we got long above 710, waiting for the 725. Then you can see it kind of goes back and forth between those two levels.
Guys, I'll give you a quick Max update since several people are asking. He's doing better. He's more active the last day or two, eating and drinking pretty close to normal. He just is he's still in pain. Occasionally, if you pick him up or if you kind of, he'll just yelp just for no reason. But we're keeping him pumped full of drugs and, yeah, hopefully over time, I guess they said within about 2 weeks he should start feeling better. So, but yeah, he's a little bit better. Not as he's walking around, but he's definitely not himself. So,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying he's not himself. If Huskus was here, he'd only like him if he had like a piece of bologna tied around his neck.
Yeah, that little guy can't stop barking at me every time I visit.
So, but yeah, thanks for anybody that's asking. He will. Yeah, he has 2 compressed vertebrae in his back. I guess he jumped off the bed, the couch, the chair, something, and injured himself. So that's just kind of how it goes. So
yeah, Methodical Man called me and offered me the vet bill since he said I was used to paying vet bills because last year I think I'm about to used car into my dog. We probably spent about $6,000-7,000 in vet bills last year.
Yeah. What's your dog has diabetes, right?
Yeah.
Larry P, we can't be having that. But maybe that's what he did. I don't know. We can't talk about that. No, I don't have pet insurance. I heard people talk about pet insurance. Guys, I just barely got insurance on myself at the new year. So if you think I'm gonna have insurance on my dog, come on now. So diabetes.
How deep were you this morning when you took your loss on your funded? How many accounts were you copy trading?
I think it was 13 accounts, 12 or 13.
I always find that wild, man. It's like 13 deep.
Yeah, I took the pre-orb, and like, here's the thing. Well, let's talk about the pre-orb right quick. It did. You can see the purple lines are the pre-orb here on my chart. I don't know how well you guys can see them. You should be able to see them there, but you can see how it was kind of just diddling right here at the lows. And then on this open candle, it wicked out and then pushed back in. And then it tagged me in when it kind of wicked out right there just after. So I dropped it immediately because a lot of times when I don't drop it immediately, it goes without me. So today, if I had been just one beat later, it actually did pop out and go the full 2R. But it stopped me out, unfortunately. And I just put it away after that. And then I longed kind of on this pull. I was longing on every one of these pullbacks, looking for the 805. And I held an eval through this entire pullback. And then I was able to get out on the pushback up. So I'm still in on the runner over there. But
do you want me to break down how we entered this for anybody that's maybe new here to watching how I entered most of my trades? So I trade mostly support and resistant levels, especially in the middle of the day. So I like to trade off a super trend in the higher time frame. So if you look to the left, you see all these little like squares. All these squares represent a higher time frame, and it goes all the way down to the 4-hour chart. So what it is, we're looking for us to either run the previous hourly or 4-hour candle. But a lot of trades, I like to take off pivots. So this trade right here was taken off a pivot. And if you go to, say, Trading View and use their standard pivots and change your settings to Fibonacci, and that's how we get our levels to trade off of.
Yeah. And so you're just kind of using different times of day, or using different strategies?
So what I like to see is a push above and a retest. I like to see how this one little candle right here with the big, long deady wick. So it kind of wicked back into the pivot there at the 90 level. Then once we fully printed above the 700, that's when I was like, okay, we're going to get long. We're about 20 points above the pivot. Look for about 10 points. Then kind of pick you a target, whatever you want to target. I like to target either the previous hourly candle or another pivot, because a lot of times we'll run from pivot to pivot.
Yeah.
So this is why we're kind of choosing the 800s up here.
Yeah, I keep the pivots on my chart. I don't necessarily use them for entries, but I do like to see them for a little support and resistance if I'm looking for maybe somewhere to put my stop, or somewhere to maybe trail or trim out of a position or something like that. So we are green on the day. I guess I didn't mention that. We're up $297 on the MyFundedFutures account today. I actually took an ES trade. You guys would have been proud of me. So I took a nice little ES opportunity. We got long at 66.95 and we took it up to 6,700. So We had a nice little retest. I'm sorry, that's wrong. 6,700 to 6,704. That's where the trade was. Yeah. So it was a nice little ES trade there. Just sometimes I see those trades and I just take them. So what I'd probably be waiting for here, if I'm looking to get long, I would need to pull back into like the 710 area. I don't know. Where's your stop at?
Well, I'm
that area.
Even though I'm kind of in the negative, so basically this is my runner. So it'll be almost like a break-even trade if it came back and stopped me out. What I really like to see for an add possibility, if we could retest the 90s here on the runner. I was hoping that this order block would work out for us and start pushing to the top side, but
it doesn't look like it actually formed, though. I don't think it closed quite high enough. It was off by just a few points there. But yeah, if we could pull back into the 21 EMA and then, as you guys know, get back above the previous candle, we could look to take a long there. Risk would be kind of defined, right? Whether it's 10 points, 15 points, whatever. We know exactly where to put our stop at that point. And it either kind of works or it doesn't. So
I will add to this if 90 holds here. So if we push back to the pivot at the 90, we will hold. I mean, we'll add.
If you guys haven't already, let's hit that like button. We got 320 viewers and only 311 likes. Also, if you have not subscribed, let's subscribe. If you're looking to pick up any MyFundedFutures account, as always, the best deals are going to be with code YouTube. I think we still got 20% off the rapid plan through tomorrow, I believe. So get those while you can.
So are the most people in the lobby, or most of you guys still on the March contracts, or is it a lot of you already flipped over to the June contracts? I guess that's one thing I forgot to look when seeing if Pine and Tom Sabo and them were trading the new contracts or the old ones.
I'm still on the old contracts probably until tomorrow.
Same here. We're going to probably wait till Wednesday before we roll over to the new contracts.
Yeah, I'll probably roll tomorrow. I think the volume will probably be higher on the new ones probably tomorrow, but we'll check in the morning and find out. So we'll see. But yeah, for me, it's, you know, it's fine. It's fine to stay on the old ones until I usually do it until Ninja kind of rolls me, because that's usually what the sign to do it there. So you can see we pulled back there, kind of did trigger along, but we didn't quite hit the 21 EMA. That's kind of what I'm waiting on here to see if we can hit that to take along. And I'm only really willing to risk $100 because, you know, $200 my daily target. We're already at $300, so we're not going to do anything to put our daily target in jeopardy. So if we lose $100, we're done. So haven't seen any forms dropped yet, guys. And also, if you want to enter the giveaway on X to give yourself an extra 4 opportunities per day, you're going to want to share and repost the stream on X, tag MyFundedFutures, and use hashtag MyFundedTV in your post. 1 share a day does get you eligible for all 4 bonus giveaways that are announced live during the 4 segments of the day, guys. So let's go. You'll know when the forms drops weeks. It'll show up in the chat and we'll talk about it. So as soon as we see it, we'll let you guys know. We're watching the chat as well.
Methodical, you said you were in a long from 667?
I'm long from 675 right now.
Oh, you did the whole number bounce?
Oh. No, that was my average in. So that was where I average in at the whole numbers, the 75, the 50, the 25. And I averaged in all the way down to 650.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah. And so we're averages. Yeah, we layered in, and then we're just looking for the 24,765. So it's just over here on a different account. So
okay,
down to the runner. I'm not even paying attention to it. If it hits the stop loss, it hits it. No big deal. So one way or the other. One way or the other. But yeah, I'm waiting here to see. I mean, like, this is kind of holding the 15-minute opening range. Is that the initial balance as well? It's not. Is it?
I don't know.
It is. No, that's the 15-minute opening range that we just bounced off of. 717 area there. Did the opening range print today? I don't think it did. Anybody take the opening range today? It does not look like it printed. So
I pretty much always call this week survival week during rollover week. I figure if I can get through the week without going tilt or messing up any of my counts, it's a good week.
Listen, that's a good point, because like what happens during rollover week is like sometimes your strategy just does not have the win rate that it has on a normal full volume week. So what I'm going to do starting tomorrow, especially on the pre-orb, which is kind of a volume-based strategy, right? It's based on volatility. is I'm going to size down. I'm going to move down to $100 stop loss, $200 take profit. Still going to take the trade because it still could work, but I am going to size down. So
I think that's what I said this morning too. Instead of sizing down, usually I look for 15 points for that first move. I think I'm going to go down to 10 because I already hit my 10 points this morning. I even got to the 10 points break even. And what it is, I missed it by like a couple points of hitting that 15 points. And I was like, I'm going to hold it. And basically that's how I took my loss this morning.
Pranav, when is Trump's press conference?
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm not quite sure. If he's going to be speaking, we definitely need to be aware of that. So
you need to say something positive so we can wick up there real quick and take my target out.
Yeah, we just dropped the link Abhishek did right there to Husk YouTube channel, guys. Definitely subscribe to mine first and his second.
Oh yeah,
because you know it's different than Barbie there. You gotta hit mine first in this scenario. And then you can follow him on X as well. Obviously, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but man, it's working on getting to the 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah, we're not too far away, like 475 or something away from the 10K. So eventually we'll be there. We are kind of building out a little idiot box here, guys. I might test the bottom of the idiot box. I might try a little long down here at 717. I could wait for the 21 EMA to be touched. That might be the safer thing to do here. We'll kind of see.
On the Rico candles, you could possibly get a pullback to 691. So I also like to enter off Rico candles when it's super choppy, because the Rico candles allow me to see the trades a little bit more clear. And so we could possibly get that pushback to 691. And that would be great because that would be off our pivot.
Claire, you don't have to do anything. Your account will just appear. Man, it's magic. It's out of thin air. It just shows up. You're good to go. So Pranav says the press conference is at 11:45. So that's right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up and see if I can. I want to keep it pulled up in the background just in case.
Do presidents give press conference every day? Is that they get every day? No. Okay. I wasn't sure.
Typically every day, but he does like to talk at random times there. So he's meeting at with the Kennedy Center board at 11:45. So I don't know that he's going to say anything there that's going to really affect the markets. I guess we'll see. Good morning, Tim. How's it going? Good evening, Tehugo. I like that name.
Dude, I remember when you named the idiot box Tom Casabo box back a couple years ago.
Yeah, a little Tom Sabo box. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I can't remember.
Yeah, the Tom Casabo box. We're trapped.
We're right in that box now. The good news is we're long from below the box. And you're long from below the box. So you're good to go.
I want to see a manipulation of the box where you pump back out the bottom side and go straight up.
Yeah, that's generally what we talk about. A little liquidity grab out the bottom and then rip higher. I mean, I don't see how we don't go to the 805. I hate saying that though, because at the end of the day, the market does what it wants to do. And just because you have a level that's marked out that you think it's going to, you have no idea how it's going to get there or when it's going to get there. So you can kind of know where it's going and still lose money. So that's how she works. But yeah, I mean, you could play this range here. If you think we're still bullish, you could certainly get, 10, 12 points at a time off this small little range here. And that's what I might look to do. I might look to jump in along bottom of the range, just look for a little scalp. So it's 22 inches of snow, Tim. Yeah, I heard you guys up north got some snow. Terry posted this morning quite a bit of snow on her back porch. How many of you guys are up north and got some snow? Tim, are you in Canada?
Nice on the W.
Is Tim in Canada or Boston? I can't remember. I'm not quite sure. I am not sure. So.
No, dude. I had some crazy weather yesterday. I woke up, it was 60 to 60 something degrees. It rained around lunchtime. And by dinner time, it was snowing and 20 degrees.
Oh, so you guys got snow too?
Oh, well, just a dusting. Like little sleet, a little snow, but it was just an insane weather pattern day. Like I've never seen anything like it, at least not in a long time. But we get crazy weather here. So
Colorado got some snow too. Nice. Rain in New York. I hear it's raining here in about 65 degrees in Northeast Georgia. And then I am headed out to Vegas later in the week. So, wow, we are getting a little volatility here on a pullback.
So this is where you need to see 91 hold up. If 91 holds, it's just going to be a manipulation play and for a push back up.
Yeah, Colorado, y'all didn't get very much snow there, did you, last week or this year during the winter, from what I understand? Utah and Colorado is kind of dry, right? So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be 100 degrees in Vegas, fish lips. That's what I saw. Insanity. I did take the long there at the 717, and of course it dipped right away. I did not get my ad in here at the 700 in time, so it kind of bouncing without me. But
I'm going to look for ad off the 90.
I was going to say, this is kind of what you were thinking there, though. A little liquidity grab below the low, and then maybe a rip back up into the range and just continue to squeeze higher. I'm just going to look for 10 points on this. I got my target at 720, 750.
What was your entry again?
I'm long 717.50. I'm just looking for 10 points. I should have added at 700. I did not get the order down in time. I was yapping instead of putting the order down like I was supposed to.
Most of the time, if I'm talking and I miss the entry, I usually get burned if I try to re-enter. Like if I enter where I know like 10 points above that level, I end up just getting wrecked.
Yeah, I probably should not add off the 700 here this time, but I still might.
Now, if we lose that 90-91 area, that's where my bias will change to short.
Does Husk love diesel trucks or gas trucks? I think Husk has only ever owned 2 trucks in his whole life. He's got one now, I believe.
Yep.
A GMC 1500, I think.
Yeah.
And he also owned back in the day like an 87 Ford Ranger.
Oh, no, I also owned a Mitsubishi Mighty Max.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that Mighty Max. Yeah.
I was
A
like
Mitsubishi Mighty Max. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we consider that a truck, though.
It's close. Now that you think about it, no.
Yeah, it's made by Mitsubishi. It's not much you can do about that. So, not that, we're not hating on Mitsubishi, but they are known a little more for their TVs than their cars back in the day. Back in the day, if you had a Mitsubishi TV, you were like, yeah, I'm big money over here. So, all right, we're getting the pullback into the 700 again. I am going to go ahead and add here. I'm going to be aggressive up in this level. Again, really only going to be risking the $100. So I'm going to stop out as soon as I get the $100 in drawdown. We'll stop out at that point.
So the 90 is my bull bear line. If we start losing that 91 area, I will probably close my trade. I'm not going to hold it too far past the 90-91 area if it starts losing that level.
So Husk is adding there as well. So squeeze back here should get us back into the 710s.
I'm going to look for an extra little 10 points. I'm just going to take my extra runner off for 10 points.
I'll probably go break even if we push back above the 715, but I don't know if it's going to. 671 is the session mid. I usually have that marked out. I don't know why that's not marked out today. I had added that to my chart, but for some reason it's not marked out. So see if we can squeeze here. Let's get back above that 715.
So close.
Did you hit your first target or not? Missed you?
We're about 3 points away.
The high of that previous candle there should get touched up there, 713.50. I would imagine.
But like I said, if we lose the 90, we're going to close this trade. The 90 is my bull bear line, the big gold nugget of a line you see running across the charts here. Just so you know that I won't hold it past that level.
What if it wicks it?
Well, wicked, I'm talking about where you start seeing the body push below it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can tell that the momentum is moving to the downside.
Got a new 5-minute candle here in about 10 seconds. The last 5-minute candle looking kind of weak, but see if it can't squeeze. Here's the new 5-minute candle. If it kind of gets below the low of this candle, that would be a little scary, but maybe it wants to put a wick on the bottom of it as well. Again, I'm kind of looking at about $100 for my stop loss, just around $100. So May not be able to hold it to the level that we need to hold it to, but that's okay. OMHV, think we're going to get some more downside. Yeah, you could be very well could be right.
All right, we just wicked off the level again. The golden wall.
Yeah, at least it's trying to hang up right here. We got all this consolidation from earlier that we had a hard time kind of getting through this level earlier. So maybe we can turn a little resistance into some support here. ES is also at 67.04. You really kind of want to see it hold that level as well. So
that's not looking too good there, man. It's, oh, there you go. Come on.
Guys, we got 20% off 1 day to pass pro account. Use code YouTube 1 day to pass the eval. No consistency in the funded 100K payout cap. Let's go.
Nice. What size account are you trading on, Methodical? Are you doing
Just
the 50K?
50K
50K
flex.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, nice.
I drive a 1978 Ford Pinto, says Tim. No, I drive a 2016 Ford Explorer. You're close. Very close. You're very close. So the kids all have newer cars than me. Everybody has a newer car than I do.
Yeah.
That's how that works. They take over the newer vehicles. My daughter wants a Bronco.
All right. Ooh, look where that put my average right there at the pivot, guys. Nice. That worked out perfectly.
Above 717, I'm going to go break even.
Perfect.
I could actually put a hard stop in here now, too. I could.
Just remember the 90-90 area is my bull bear line.
Get her a Hilux. The Hilux is not very popular. You don't see those here in America too often. What is it called here? Is that just the Tacoma? Is the Hilux a Tacoma? I'm not sure.
I've never even heard that name before.
Yeah, I have. The Hilux is like an indestructible Toyota truck. That's what they say. Oh, you just paid your... Oh, go ahead.
I was just, is that... Oh, shoot. We just lost her. Trying to lose our level here. Is that the ones you see on like a lot of like safari type shows? Or like that SUV type white Toyota?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
All right. So it looks like we're trying to lose that pivot, guys. Like I said, that pivot is kind of like my bull bear line. All right. So our runner's about to get stopped.
I just got stopped out break even over here too. On the
yeah, it's pretty much what happened to us. It looks like it just tagged at 75 though.
Yeah, I did not quite get my order down in time. I'm still in this, but I don't know how long I'll be holding it.
I would have to see it, wait for the next 5-minute candle to print and print back below the 90. I mean, back above the 90 to even consider a long here.
Dun, 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 dun. It's the Asian model. It's more common. Okay, I got you. All right, we might just be taking the loss here, guys. I need a good reaction here back into the 700 level. Let's see. Oh, the Hilux is diesel. I got you. That makes sense. Yeah, does Toyota have diesel in America? I don't know if they do. I can't remember that. I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so. I know, I remember that diesel I had, 2 years ago, a year ago with the BMW.
Yeah, it was kind of BMW diesel. I've never had a diesel vehicle myself. So
I only bought that car just to drop back home and visit you because it got 60 miles a gallon.
You're hoping that cars are going to drive on their own so you won't be freaking out if your girls have to drive in the future. They do drive on their own now, but it's yeah, still a little iffy. Toyota V8 diesels, do they have those here? I don't know.
So we're about to have a new 5-minute candle. You almost want to, if you're looking for shorts, you'd want to see this 5-minute to hold this pivot here.
Well, top of the hour as well here, so who knows what can happen.
Let's see what.
2 seconds.
Back down to 40 again.
Let's see if this thing can squeeze back above 690. I'm looking for the squeeze. One more retest of the 700 here.
I wouldn't mind seeing a 40 test.
I was trying to see, did we have an SMT at the high? We did not. Can get back above the 90. It should be able to squeeze and get me out of this position. Should be able to. This is definitely a little bit of a scary look here. I don't like how it failed to make a new high on that last push up.
If it can't break back above the 90, we're looking for shorts.
I'll probably get out if it doesn't break back above the 90. Also watching the 50% of that last 5-minute candle here. It's approaching it. Maybe we'll just get out with our lives here.
Trying to get through here.
Let's just look for the 700 retest if we can get it. Got 1 minute left on this candle. I want to see it close above 90 here. Would be ideal on this 2-minute candle. Otherwise, I'm probably just going to kill it. I'll probably kill it, and then you know what it'll do. It'll go without me. That's fine. It's fine. It's kind of rejecting that. There's a wick test on the 5-minute chart here as well. At 693, it just pushed up there and just kind of tagged it. Let's see if it can push through that or not. You still drive the classic play school car, the one that's powered by your legs. It gets great gas mileage. Let's go. You also don't have to worry about replacing tires or brakes or anything on that car, huh? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. That was not a great close.
I took this same short earlier, so, and like I said, once again, my bull bear line will be the 90 level here.
Well, ES did bounce off the VWAP there, so the VWAP. Where's the VWAP on NQ? It's way down there. Way down there. I mean, we're holding this level for now, which, you know, gives me a little, has me leaning towards maybe we retest the 700 one more time, but
I'm looking for a push down to 40.
What do you got at 40?
My super trend. I took this same trade this morning from 75 down to 40.
Good luck, sir. Good luck. Where is VWAP? He's here somewhere. He's here somewhere for sure.
But my bull bear line is still the pivot. So basically back above the pivot, it's a dead trade to me.
Well, we're kind of in OTE of this leg here, back to about 50%. Let's see if it can hold that level or not. See, he's here. There he is. Today's crappy PA. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of expansion today, to be honest. It's just really high resistant conditions. It's not moving very smooth. The downside moves are actually smoother than the upside. I mean, look at all these red candles in a row here. It's not a good look if you're long. It's not a good look if you're long. Wait a second. I'm long. What am I doing?
You're long?
Why didn't you tell me, guys? Why didn't you guys warn me? Rude. The cool thing about NASDAQ is longs and shorts can both win at the same time.
Yeah, we're pushing back up to the pivot again.
Longs and shorts can do their thing. I got the 9 EMA sitting right there at my entry, so I might just kill this thing if it kisses my entry again.
I think back above, like I said, back above the 90s, I think you're good on the long.
Yeah, but we've already tried it a couple of times on those pushes up, so it's a little scary to me. A little scary.
I think this is that one account that we're up like 550 or 600 in from that gold trade last night that we took the $500 win on.
I don't know whether to average out of this. Nah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't like that retest there. I was liking the retest back up to maybe the 700, but we didn't quite get it.
My first target's at 65. 65 just hit.
Let's see if we can bounce off this.
I'm looking for 40 to get hit. 45.
I think you're going to run into a lot of support on the ES down there at 93.
So this will be pretty much a break-even trade if we get stopped out at the pivot. So we're just risking our profit that we made on the first 10 points.
Nice job, Deuce. Let's go. Up over 200 ticks on the short. I like it. I am down how many ticks? 76 ticks on my long. So funded your 5'3". Uh-oh.
Nice.
You just haven't hit your growth spurt yet. That's all right.
I've been waiting on mine. I'm still stuck at 5'8".
Husk says he's 5'8", but he's really like 5'4".
Come on, man. Gotta include the heels. Gotta play wear my big boots.
No, you said it right the first time, the heels.
Well, I mistake the boots for the heels.
When he wears his heels. You guys should see Husk when he's dressed up and he's in his heels. He's got his makeup on, got his face done. You don't even see the beard. You know what I mean? Husk, he does grow the beard out. He's not going to tell you guys, but he does. He's a part-time Santa Claus at the local mall.
Nice.
He does the Santa Claus pictures at the local mall.
All right. A runner may get stopped out here, guys. We've already hit our first target, so it'll be pretty much a break-even wash trade if it comes back and hits our break-even at the 90 level.
Come on, everybody. Squeeze it. Let's get the squeeze going.
We faded the methodical man.
Rude. That's rude. Hey, that's all right. Hey, listen, I'm telling you, that's how this market works. You can win both ways, or I could lose and you can win. Who knows? It doesn't matter. Samir thinks it's going lower too. Oh, come on.
Like I said, bull bear line for me is going to be 690. Back above 690, we'll just pretty much get stopped out for a runner. Then it'll just be a break-even trade. We started off with 3 contracts. We've already sold 2 contracts, and so we just got left the runner.
Bears throwing bears in the chat. Listen, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing that I've noticed, or one of the things with Husk. He's not really like keen on the drawn liquidity, right? Like I am. I'm like, oh, I think it's going to 805. So like I really just look for longs. I don't look for the shorts. I will see Husk will take some shorts, you know, in those in-between areas. And they seem to work. So something to kind of consider, you know.
I like trading in between the whole numbers. All right, so here's our pivot. Like I said, back above the 90 level, more likely. Yeah. So we were just able to get that 10 points.
Squeeze it. Let's go. I told you we both could win. I told you. I just hit my target. Husk hit his first target. He's a runner, got stopped. That's okay. It's all right. You can win both directions. Why not? Why not?
So what we were looking at when we entered this, if you see this big red candle push through the gold line, that's the pivot Fibonacci. And so what I'm looking for is see the next candle right here wick back into the pivot. And so what I'll do is I'll set a resting order below that once I know it holds. It's kind of like the backdoor play that Methodical Man brings up quite a bit. And so that's
no. You invented the term.
I know it. I know it. I know. I've been calling that for a while.
Yeah, you can. Husk invented the backdoor term, not me. I cannot take credit for that. So, not at all. But yeah, guys, gold last night. Gold was slamming last night. It was pretty good. We did end up taking one gold loss. Let me pull over my gold chart. I'll kind of show you guys.
Dude, I got wrecked on that one gold play last night, man.
Yeah,
I blew an eval last night, guys, trading gold. I did not picture the 25-point sell-off on a mini on gold.
So, yeah, he's talking about this candle here.
Yeah.
This candle was at an odd time. It was 7:20. It wasn't at the open of the candle either. It just a random, 35-point dump on gold there. So I did take the loss. So oddly enough, my stop loss disappeared. So I did not take the loss, but I still counted it as a loss, if you follow what I'm saying there. So I still counted it. So we had a ledge here at open. So you can see the push up, the bounce right back down, and the bounce out of there. I took that for $500 on a funded account. Then we created a new ledge, right? And we got the 5 points on this push back up as well off that new ledge. So I don't think I took this one. I think I bypassed that one because it was so close to this. And I bypassed this one too. But then we did create a new one down here. And I did take this one. This was the last one that I took after I got off stream last night. So it hit it. We did take a little drawdown there, 9 points, and then you can see it ripped out of there. So gold was pretty nice last night, other than this one wreckage. No, this is where we actually took the loss. My bad. So there's another ledge. If you look all the way over here to the left, it was at 98. So that's where I had my order sitting, and it just blasted through it. So that was the one that lost. So the gold overall last night was like, I think, how many trades did I take last night? Let me look.
I just took 2. I went the 1 for 1. The first one I made 500, and the second one got blowed up.
So I went 3 for 4. 3 for 4 last night on gold. And the overall results are 66 for 70. And all 4 losses on gold have came on Sunday. So there you go.
Yeah, that was probably going to be my last Sunday trade of the gold.
Yeah, just because on Sunday the volatility is a bit higher. But it did pay on the first 3. So that one that I took the loss on, that was just on an eval. And it was a pretty small loss. I was in micros on that one as well. So it wasn't, it wasn't like I was in minis or something like that. But I'm liking the gold strategy at night. It's working very, very well. So very, very well. Google form winners. Jan 1, Jan 2, Jan 3, Jan 4. Are Jan present? Are Jan present?
We got a winner?
No, it was Jan 1, Jan 2, Jan 3, Jan 4.
Oh.
Somebody's tired. No, it was just a bit of a joke. Bit of a joke.
Okay.
The winners will be coming in a moment. You think Jan won? Probably. Good luck, everybody. Here comes the winners.
Still waiting to see if we're going to break back below the 75s. I still like shorts below the pivots here, because I'm kind of anticipating us running down to the 45s and 50s area.
Digital Nuke is our X winner. Congratulations. Google form winners, listen up for your name.
Nice.
Otman Sayo 5934, Marzena 77, Niket S8K, Izzy Lizzy, Ella 4KA. Are you present? If Izzy Lizzy is not here,
we're shorting. I'm going to take a short here again at the 75s.
What up, Clarity? Husk is short, guys. Husk is taking the short. Let's get the good lucks in the chat for Husk.
Like I said, we're only going to be risking 15 points. So basically about $100 on the eval that we're up. What? I think $500 on.
Getting a bounce here.
Yeah, I know it bounced right at the 75 on me.
Well, it is kind of holding below the EMAs there. Let's see. Is Izzy Lizzy here?
Really don't want it back above the 90s. If 90s holds, we should still be good. As long as 90s hold.
I mean, I don't hate it. The EMAs have kind of crossed to the downside.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching on my Rico candles, because we took this off Rico candles.
We'll just kind of see. Winners are all present. Let's go. Gotta love it when that happens. Guys, did you get the likes up for me? I don't know. Let me double check them.
Congratulations on the winners, guys. It's nothing like
339 likes.
Accounts.
Can we get it up to 350?
How many free accounts did the giveaway?
Well, we give away 1 on X and then 4 on the forum winners during the segment. Not a single reroll this week. That's amazing. I love it.
Nice.
Gotta love it when winners are present. I mean, why are you going to enter and then leave? That makes no sense. Oh, you made it in time, Izzy Lizzy. Izzy Lizzy was running from the restroom. Let me get back there. I got to be on the stream to get my account. What's Crude doing? Let me check it. I'll check a little CL. I got that chart up somewhere. I took my first 2 CL trades the other night. Yeah, gold's just kind of hanging out at like the 95s, like holding up 93 to 95s, not really doing much. Or not gold, CL. I don't know why I say gold.
Dude, oil can rip your face off real quick. I did a sim account gold on a sim account oil trade just to practice one day. Dude, the amount of money that you can lose on that is insane.
Yeah, you gotta take the micros on it. That's the way to go. But I took it the other day and I did not take it on micros because I wasn't aware. So
That's what happened to me.
Trump starting to speak. All right, let me pull him up. He's always late, isn't he? Why so late? Be on time, bro.
Like I said, guys, on my trade, the bear bull line for me is going to be your 90.91 area. As long as that level holds, we will hold our short.
Is Trump has a glass of water? What's on top of his glass of water? He has like a there's like a top on the top of his glass of water. I don't know what that is. Is he making sure he's not roofied? Potentially.
Make sure he's not roofied. Come on.
You know, like in The Hangover.
Oh goodness.
Who knows?
Never had any of that type of stuff, so I don't know.
It's a sippy cup. It could be. It could
Angry.
be. I have no idea. Yeah, you guys are going to get your credentials within 24 hours here, guys. MyFundedFutures is on top of it. They get you the accounts really, really quick.
What size accounts do they do giveaways? Mainly the 50Ks, or are they just random size?
No, we're giving away the 50K Rapid,
nice.
I believe, right now.
50K Rapids. Nice.
Yeah. All right, start to get that move lower for you here. Let me see. What's your first target right there? Is it 65.50?
Yeah.
So getting close to your first target there.
I can't move it.
Are you trying to move it down?
No, I'm trying to move it back up to my pivot. This way, it's basically what it is. It allows me to still have a negative drawdown with a break-even style trade. So I like to knock out that first 10 points, and that way you can still have the negative drawdown without losing any money.
And how many micros are you taking on that trade right there?
Just 3. It's the middle of the day, so a lot of times
3 for 10 points and then looking for a runner.
Yeah, and on top of it being rollover week, to me, this is going to be kind of like survival week for myself, just because I've had some bad weeks during rollover week. I've had my fair share of tilt weeks during rollover, where it's like, don't do it on the rollover week. The next thing you know, it's the end of the week. It's like, oh man, blew like 3 funded accounts, a couple evals, and it's Friday.
It's funny how that rollover week, you think it's not that big a deal, right? When you're first starting trading, you're like, oh, what's the big deal? Like, who cares if volume split? Not realizing that it makes a ginormous difference. It's huge. And so, that's what you kind of gain with a little more experience, right? As you've traded more, you start recognizing these patterns on certain weeks, certain news events, certain earnings events, and you kind of know what to avoid and when to avoid it. And so for you, and for me too, I do think my trading's fine during rollover week, but the mechanical stuff that I take, like the pre-orb or that sort of thing, those strategies don't necessarily translate as well. They don't work as well during the rollover week. So
yeah, I've always found that your runners get stopped out much. You don't get the follow through. Like, you don't get that clean, like nice 20, 30 points follow through. It's always kind of like, it's almost like, I feel like we're in the Asia market, but we're really in the New York, like Asia market. You can't go to break even too soon because it always comes back and stops you out. It's that same style.
Yeah. During the slow markets, you pretty much can't go to break even at all.
No,
you're going to get stopped. And that's one of the things I had to adjust to trading that time of night as well. So yeah, guys, winners are going to be announced every day. I mean, you got so many opportunities. What are we? You got like 20 accounts or something. I don't even know what the amount is every single day. So if you're looking at 20 days in a month, that's 400 winners throughout the month. So yeah, just a matter of whether or not you're lucky or not. You either get lucky or you don't. But as long as you're here, luck doesn't exist. Vex Trade says perfectly. Listen, I don't really believe in luck all that much either, but then I do see some people win 2 or 3 times in a couple of weeks, and I'm like, oh, okay, you're pretty lucky. You feel like you're lucky.
Oh, luck's always helps.
So,
all right, pretty much the same idea here, guys. Is we're basically anticipating a short below the 90 pivot, so we're still shorting that pivot at the 90.
So how many times would you take this trade? Because this is effectively the second opportunity on the short.
As long as it keeps retesting and holding.
You know, just keep taking it.
And well, I try to take it in between the whole numbers. So that's why my entry's at 75. We're almost anticipating a 50 pullback. You know, same thing where you're layering in on your whole numbers. I'm trying to trade in between the whole numbers.
Yeah.
Yep. Same thing.
And if you guys didn't notice, Huss does trade on a 5-minute chart.
Yep.
He's moved up to the 5 minute so that he doesn't get kind of faked out as much anymore. I'm trading on the 2-minute chart. You know, I think looking at all time frames is a good idea. I do watch the 5-minute a lot as well.
Well,
one thing. Well, go ahead. No,
I was just say this entry was actually taken off of my Rico candles. So I trade off Rico candles also when it's super choppy. And so I just trade pullbacks off of Rico candles. That way it does away with all the choppy mess.
Well, I'm looking at your chart right there. And one thing I can see is that we kind of just generated a lot of trend line liquidity on that as well. And then it, you know, so it should run. I mean, I think that we're going to run back down into like the 615, 610 area. I think that that's probably where we're headed. One more sweep, kind of stay in this bigger range here. Maybe form a little inverted head and shoulders here, potentially. You know, I don't usually look for those patterns for entries or anything like that, but I do recognize them. You can see right there on your chart, it looks like we've kind of built a little shoulder, kind of a funky look one, or a W pattern. Wow, look at that. I
anticipate us bouncing at 42.
Look at that dump.
Nice.
Well, we kind of got that wick all the way down there at the 600.
Dude, I took that actually because 42 was another bull bear line for me. I was in a short below this blue line you're here. And this thing was like I entered probably 3 seconds before that wick happened.
Let's go. Let's hit the W's in the chat there for Husk winning trade. You know, I just had to get out of my long for his short to actually work. You know what I mean?
Thanks for the help.
You know, once I got out of my long, then it was the market was like, all right. Now we can go down to the target. Let's go. Perfect.
So this is that super trend indicator that I use where it kind of marks out your trend. And so this 41, 42. So this is why I targeted the 45s. Like I said, this is the second short that I've taken today. The first one was for 30 points, and this one was also for 30 points.
Well, down at the 623 area, we have the VWAP at 632, and at 623, we have the initial balance low. So we'll see kind of what happens there. On that wick lower earlier, we did wick right through the initial balance low. This low is actually protected down here at 603. Doesn't mean that we can't get to it. It just is not a great target. I might look at a long here. I don't know. Trump is speaking. We're in the middle of the lunch hour, so might not be the best of ideas, but I'm going to watch the 1 minute here. If we get some sort of V shape, because guess what we do have here? Let me see. Did we run that low on the ES? I mean, it's right there. Hold on. Let me see.
I'd like to see the 5 minute print here with the wick back into the 40.
So we double bottomed on the ES at 689.25. So I want to see an SMT here at the lows if we can get it. We did not quite run it. It's just equal lows left down there at 689.25. So maybe one more sweep lower here, and then let's just see. Dun, dun, dun.
You got about 40 seconds left on this next 5 minute candle. Watching Rico candles, I mean, we're still looking pretty bearish. I mean, you could possibly get that pull back up to 66, and that would be your first 21 EMA pullback.
Well, I like that we're low in the range here. I want to see ES sweep the low and NASDAQ hold. That's what I want to see. And then I want to see a V-shaped candle back up, right back up through this gap. If we get that, I'm going to take that 100% of the time. So ES just swept the low. Let's see if NASDAQ holds.
13 seconds left.
So I'm going to mark out this gap. We need to see a really, really V-shaped type reaction here. If we don't get it, we don't get it. If it just sweeps the low and there's no SMT there, then we don't participate. So it looks like that might be what it's going to do. So ES has already taken this wick and NASDAQ has not. The only thing is the NQ might have taken. No, still didn't run it on NQ either. Looks like we're headed towards it though, for sure. ES just dumping. It's losing everything here. CV Trades. Husk is here. He's right there. He said, who is Husk? Husk is just another trader, another streamer who likes to bang winners. That's what he does.
Didn't get the deep enough pullback.
Let's
Wanted
go,
to see
Deuce.
it pull back and hit the 40 level.
What up, 7 Lulls? How's it going? 625 long, potentially. I'm going to wait for a little extra confirmation here. I want to see the 1 minute and the 2 minute just get blasted through. If we don't get a V-shaped candle here, I'm not going to participate. I'm not going to participate.
You don't think we will run those 600 wick? Or is that what you
here's
said?
the thing.
Protected?
What I'm looking at, that's a protected low, number one. Number two, there's an SMT with the ES. So if we get V-shaped, it needs to be V-shaped here. I mean, it could run it. It could run it 100%. But if we get a V-shaped candle here back above 675, then I'm going to long. But I don't know that we get it.
Yeah, we're still on March contracts.
So you could take this long just based off the SMT here, but I don't trade that way. But I don't think it would be horrible. Or you could drop down to the 30-second chart here. You could drop down to the 30-second, and there's a potential long opportunity off the 30-second. The 30-second chart, you would only have to close above 40, and then your stop to break even would be at 54.50.
I would need to see it break back above 42 before I would be interested in the long, because I like the short if it holds the 42 and then pushes back here. See? So we just wicked above the 42. So we need to recover that 42, 45 area for longs.
I might take this off the 30-second chart, guys. You're not seeing the 30-second chart, but I am. So 54.50 would be stop to break even if it closes here.
Methodical Man gets a participation trophy.
Yeah,
I know. I've been giving Methodical Man participation trophies since we were little kids.
Always.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay to come in second.
I'm here to participate. That's all I know. Guys, as you are coming in for the rocket scooter, hit the like button, put your sunglasses on, subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. All the things. Go over to my channel, subscribe there. Go over to my X, follow me there. Go over to Husk, do the same. Let's go. And then it's always use code YouTube if you're interested in purchasing an account. So we do got about 2 minutes left in the segment here. So I don't know if we're going to get a long trigger here or not. The 30-second did not close above. That would be a very aggressive entry anyway. But the stop loss on that's not very big. I mean, I can get away with a hard 20-point stop here on that trade. So we might take it. We might not. We'll see. Doing good, Trader H. How you doing today? Now, are we getting a V-shaped, or like is anything here looking bullish? Is it looking V-shaped? No, it looks like it wants to come take out this low. So, I mean, the only way I was going to take that trade is if we actually V-shaped out of there, and it's just not happening. So, Trump is trumping. Yeah, Trump is talking. Obviously, whenever he talks, you want to be aware of that. You want to be careful because one word can change everything.
Right.
He could say tariff or, I don't know, China, something. Good old Trump for you. Anybody got any questions for Husk before we go? We got about 40 seconds here, 30 seconds, whatever it is, before we're out of here. If you don't have any questions, just drop in the chat whether you're red or green today. Everybody red? Everybody green? What's the deal? We are green over here. We are red on some funded accounts from opening range trade this morning. But, you know, we walked away. We took the one trade and walked away. Sometimes that's the best thing to do. Exactly, Deb. I just don't know how to say it. I'm trying my best.
Thank you guys for having me today, and we will be back tomorrow with the Methodical Man. Remember, for all your accounts, use code YouTube for MyFundedFutures.
Yeah, that's going to do it for us today, guys. We appreciate you guys watching. We'll see you next time. Here comes Matt.
Thank you.
What's up, guys? Oh, wait. I always forget to do this. I can't even see anything. I need to share my screen. Hold on. How's it going? Hold on. Yay. There we go. Hello, friends. I feel like the gag of putting on like a bunch of glasses at once just backburns. I can't see anything. What's going on? Hold on. I'm like the guy that's like taking off his glasses one at a time. How goes it? Hello, friends. Hello. Welcome to MyFundedTV. I'm your host, Matt, for Lunch Money with Matt segment. Cool to see HYPOTHETICAL crushing it earlier. Always a great vibe. Let me turn Papa Bear Trump down. He's talking somewhere, and I can't. Let me turn it down. I got him. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, cool. Let me turn it down a little bit. It's going to get annoying. All right, Trump's talking right now. You know how that goes. We're in the middle of a crisis with Iran. Trump going to say something to make this market go up, make this market go down. Who knows? I got the million challenge account back to the $500,000 mark. I'm doing a 100K to 1 million challenge live on YouTube. You guys can follow along on my channel or here when I do that. I currently am deciding that I made some shorts today. The very first trade I made was to short right up here and close out there. I didn't take the same leg here to there, but I decided that exactly here, that I would start to take a bet that we do have a gap fill. It's not a typical bet that I would do, but resilience is just nose dove. Trump is talking. He hasn't really said anything about Iran, but I did something really small, 3 contracts, which is nothing. Typical size I'll do in NASDAQ for a small trade is about 10. So this is even smaller than small. Not enough to really matter. Not enough to really like make or break me. But the idea that our resilience number has just gone negative, I am certainly wanting to take the bet that we do fill down at least a half gap or close the gap, DD band close, then maybe we do follow there. Like I said, I'm still trying to short the fundamentals of this market. I haven't woken up and decided that I was going to be bullish just yet, even though we have sort of like run up to test highs. Obviously, we do have, I rolled over to the M contract today. So you guys are looking at my levels. You'll see that the M contract is front and center. That being said, that's what I'm looking for. What is up, friends? I'm reading y'all's chat. Those rockets in chat, those glasses in chat, those scooters in chat. You guys are so sweet to us. I love it. Thanks for being here every day. In the house, respect for joining even during your own stream. Yeah, of course, man. I'm here for you guys every single day. This is one of my favorite things I do in life is to come on and chill with you guys for an hour. It's actually really fun. I get to be like on my stream. It's a different, my stream is an awesome vibe. My stream is mostly like in the morning. I'm like trading and there's a whole thing with it. But like for you guys at lunchtime, it's more of like the slower part of the market. So I usually come in with like a lesson or some kind of educational content that you guys hopefully can learn something. So I really like it because this is where I really get to shine some knowledge, right? Bring some wisdom to y'all. Teach you guys about risk management, position management, what's going on in the market, whatever. More so than just trying to like talk about levels and call plays or anything like that. So this is like one of my favorite things to do because I can bring at least some alpha to you guys. Like Friday we were talking about the greater economy and how it's starting to lean towards some bearish data, which comes even important today because this week the Fed, right, is having their announcement on Tuesday. Now with the PCE coming out last Friday and the PCE numbers are closer to 3, which is the other direction. The Fed thought we were going to be closer to 2 by the end of this year. The likelihood of us getting a rate cut practically goes to 0. And if you want to know how to make that judgment call really simply, there's actually a way you can go look at it. Teach you guys a little bit. There's something called the CME Fed Watch. There's a futures contract. It's kind of like the one time that the futures market actually becomes like a freaking Kalshi or something. Is it Kalshi where you can make bets on anything you want? There's a futures contract that you can go and trade to bet on the likelihood of Fed cutting rates. The future bet on the, it's a futures contract, 30-day Fed funds futures. It's a contract you can trade. But anyways, they back out the probabilities of a rate cut from this. And if you type in CME Fed Watch, FEDWATCH, and CME has a nice little chart that gives you some info. So it'll tell you a lot that's going on right now. Like currently, right now, the current target rate is 3.5, 375. We know that. That's what it's been. And then the 18th of March meeting, which is Wednesday, the traders are betting that the probability is 99.1% chance we don't get a rate cut. about a 0.1% chance that we get one. So Wall Street's pretty absolute on this right here. And they're like, nope, no rate cut. And so you can see like kind of where they're leaning towards this. And why is that, right? Because you can go to the economic calendar and you can see a lot of that stuff that leads into their decisions. They look at GDP, they look at PCE, they look at unemployment, right? All this stuff together. And you know, GDP and the PCEs came in the opposite direction. So every quarter, another thing happens, right? Every quarter they come out with their economic projections. The economic projections, and I'll show you what it is. I'll give you like a quick 5-minute review on it because we're getting one on Wednesday, right? So FOMC December projections, right? You can just literally Google those words. And from the Federal Reserve .gov website, you can pull up this little PDF that they have, which is the projections. Every quarter we get this. So December, March, June, September, right? You get one of these things. And it's like the Fed just releases a quarterly report that talks about their summary of economic projections. I'm going to give you a quick tutorial about all of this. There's like maybe like 17 pages. And let me tell you what all these 17 pages do. All right. And what's important to you. It looks like a lot of data and it looks kind of like a mouthful to like trying to absorb all this. So let me give you the state of it. The most important thing is that first page. It really is. Well, actually the first page and then the fourth page is really all you kind of care about as a trader. Everything else is just extra data, and I'll tell you what it all is. So essentially, like the Fed, each member of the committee has their own report that they do, their own tracking of information, and they all have their own belief system of how things are going to, they all project it differently. And so each person, if you look at this plot, each person, FOMC is the the Federal Open Market Committee, right? It's a committee of each of the members of this. They're all presidents of different Federal Reserve banks and stuff. So each one of those members has their own dot in this plot. So this batch is the entire committee, and this is how the entire committee is believing monetary policy should be over the years. Easy. You guys understand how to read this, right? Pretty simple. There are, I don't know, 17, I always forget how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, right? So the 19 members are voting here. Then 2026, they're voting here. 27, they're voting here, et cetera, et cetera. This was in December. And so each one of these people, each one of these persons in this group does their own analysis, their own homework. And they look at these major data points that go into their decision. The GDP change, the unemployment rate, PCE inflation, core PCE inflation. You always hear Powell say our dual mandates. What is mandate? This is what he's talking about, these things. Okay. Their current dual mandate is inflation versus unemployment. This is what they're facing right now. If they cut rates too quickly, inflation can go higher. If they don't cut rates fast enough, the market can decline because cutting rates stimulates things and you risk unemployment going up. So it's a seesaw. Cut rates too quick, inflation. Don't cut rates quick enough, unemployment, right? So you get kind of this like battle between the two, and that's why he's always talking about that. Now on how you read this, right? There's 3 different ways that they have this thing. There's a range of where everybody votes. Every member goes through and says, I believe GDP is going to be here. They have all their different votes. And somebody will say, this is what I think 2025 will be, then 2026, then 2027, et cetera, and onward. So the range is the entire range. All participants' projections are included in the range. Let's pick one, like change in GDP. For 2026 in December, everybody's vote was somewhere that it's going to be between 2 and 2.6. The range is everybody. That's here. Okay. The central tendency, they take this range and they exclude the 3 lowest and the 3 highest outliers, and they create a second range from this. So when you remove the outliers, 2 to 2.6, now it's 2.1 to 2.5. It's like taking the bell curve and cutting off the ends of the bell curve. So if every member was voting like this, range is all of it. Central tendency is like this much. And the median is exactly the median. Whatever the middle voter is, that's the median price. So when you're going to come here and look at this, and there's three different ways to look at the same data set, but in reality, you can see that if you just use central tendency or the median usually can equal the mean, but using the median, which is where the middle of everybody pretty much is, they expected in September, which is 2 quarters ago, that the GDP would be growing at 1.8%. And in December, they upped their forecast again to 2.3. No, we're going to 2.3. It's even bigger. So somewhere between September and December, their guess for 2026 got more optimistic, like we're even more stimulated than we thought. And so the market was like, sort of like chilling on this news. December was crazy and January was crazy, yet Fed thought GDP was getting better. And the Fed thought unemployment was going down. And the Fed thought PCE inflation was going down and all of this. But when the data came through, GDP growth for quarter was like a 0.9. And PCE inflation is at a 3. It's gone completely the opposite direction. The real numbers came out last week and they thought we're going to 2+. We're at 0.9. They thought inflation would be closer to low 2s, and it's now pressing the 3 and higher. So Wall Street got it right by selling off in December because the data is not supporting these optimistic projections. So I don't know what happened between December's and now, but we get a new one now that's going to see what does the Fed believe the targets are going forward. We get another one of these now. And this helps you guess the Fed's trajectory of their rate cuts. You can see when they want to be. Now, some of the main takeaway points is the Fed wants to see 2% inflation. That's their goal, to keep inflation around 2%. And if it's growing away from it, the likelihood of getting a rate cut goes pretty much down to 0, which is why the likelihood of the bet has gone to 0, because inflation went up to 3% and GDP came down. There's no way that the Fed is going to cut rates with inflation going up when they're very serious about not cutting rates until they see some changes there. Y'all understand what I'm saying, right? Okay. So that being said, we get a new one of these projections on Wednesday, which is going to be nice. And it comes out with the all famous dot plot. Now, what are all these other pages do? Well, I mean, it's exactly what it is. Look, this is the GDP and this is all the things plotted, the median, that central tendency, and the range. They're all plotted on this dot chart. The median being the red, and then the ranges are written around it. So this is like all the data and how the actual number changed versus the projections. So now you can see the projections, and they plot all three of those like morph data sets into this one thing. So that's that. The dot plot. Where does everybody believe the actual interest rate needs to be based on their own observations up here? Each member is voting where they think they're going to be. And optimistically, in 2026, looks like the mean believes we're closer to 3 and 3 1/4, which right now we're at 3/4 and 3 1/2. We're right here at this little line. The majority of people think that this is about where we're going to stay. And the data is not getting better, so the likelihood of us doing better than and changing some minds of people that think the rate needs to be higher, you need to sway some of these people to come to the middle, so the likelihood goes up. But the fact is, with the data getting worse, there's very low likelihood that somebody's going to like, sure, let's cut rates anyways. So with the dot plot already suggesting we are where we need to be and data is getting worse, it's almost a 0 chance we're going to get a cut. And that's what Wall Street's betting on, right? That's what we're seeing. And so down in here, it's all the same stuff, distribution and participants projections for the change. You can kind of see how everybody's distributed in tiers. This is where you had 10 voters think that we're here, 6 voters think that we're here, 2 voters. So they just have ways of just redisplaying the data. This is how we think the September projections are the dotted line and December projections are the non-dotted line. So you can see that between the September and the December, that Fed got more optimistic as a whole, believing that economic data is getting better. And look at the 2026. The GDP was going to be like super quick growing this year for whatever reason. The rest of this is just looking at all those different data points in this way. You got PCE inflation, unemployment, yada, yada. So they all show the distribution of data here. And that's what the rest of these pages are, and tells you how to read it. This is the median projection confidence level based on historical forecast errors. This is talking about uncertainty and risk in their projections and what kind of errors they can expect to see as to a percent change in the actual data, and errors based on their forecasting, right? You have error anytime you're analyzing data, you need to analyze the confidence interval and try to analyze what the error in your guess can be. And again, unless you're a statistical nerd, you don't care about any of that stuff. And again, you're not going to care about any of this either. But the goal is that the summary, the error presented in their estimates is actually shown here, so you can kind of see how off the Fed has been in their guesses over time, if that matters to you. But really, only a statistical nerd like myself would care about that. For reality, you care about page 1 and page 4 of this document, which will come out on Friday. It'll let you know the projected pace of this. And if we are really entering like a bear market, you're going to see the following things. You're going to see the economic change in projection for GDP no longer be 2.3. That's going to move here on the December. When they come into the March projection, if it's like 2.0 or less, the market's going to freak the hell out. If the PCE inflation goes up to like greater than 2.5, the market's going to freak out. I'm talking about freak out for the quarter. So if the Fed's projections are going the other way, it means that the Fed saw something that was untrue, that Wall Street saw and got it better. And what did the Fed see, right? And I can remember all of Powell's commentary was really simply put. He was saying we're not seeing the effect of the tariffs being passed through the consumer as much as we thought we were. And I don't know if they just made a huge error in understanding the logistics of that, or that the logistics just weren't catching up until now. But the idea becomes, there's a scenario I'll tell you, and let's just use an example. You go to Costco, right, to buy a TV. You go into Costco, you want to buy a TV. Okay. Costco's got, I don't know, 10 TVs out in the store, right? Costco's got of that same TV, maybe, 15 in the back, right? This is the front of the house. This is the back of the house. They may have a distribution center in your city where they've got 50 of those things, right? That may come from a bigger distribution center, but let's just assume it comes direct from the manufacturer. Then they order from the manufacturer who's got 5,000 of those things stored and ready to go. And so when the Trump issues the tariffs, this is where all the inventory is spread out. And you're paying, I'm going to make up a number, $3,000 for this TV, right? And Trump has added a tariff to every single part that company, now let's pretend the TV is not imported. Let's just pretend everything that's manufactured has got a tariff tied into it. And so the price of this, and remember, when you go to distribution, you go to wholesale, the price is double and double. So it's $1,500 here and $700 here, what they're selling it. Trump throws the tariff at this guy who's importing all the stuff to make this thing. And this guy raises his prices from $700 to $1,000. The problem is that the middlemen and Costco are not going to see that $300 price raise. Holy gosh, 3 out of 7? That's 42% price change. You know how good I am at math? 3 divided by 7 is 42.85714, repeating. Double check the calculator. I'm right. Anyways, this is a 42% price hike that isn't seen here until they sell those TVs and get rid of those 15, and they have to bring 25 more in and 25 more in, and then they got to put in another order from these guys that then ships it to them at $1,000, and then these guys got to sell it to them at $2,000, and then these guys got to finally sell it to you for $4,000. It takes the time to clear out that inventory to order at a higher price for the customers to see it, for the inflation to pick that up. And so there's a logistical delay on how fast you're selling those TVs to where the TV prices go up. It's not just Trump has a tariff and all of a sudden Best Buy raises its prices. That's not what happens. So what you're actually seeing is probably the actual truth and reality is that the tariffs are finally starting to make their way into prices. It doesn't just happen in a day or two or a month. It's at the rate at which inventory is cleared and reordered. Once the tariffs hit hard, then prices go up very quick, but those prices have to filter their way down to retail. Then when the tariffs come down, then they got to sell that inventory and then bring in orders at a cheaper price. So there's like a delay. Tariffs go up and then prices go up later. And you're going to see that delay months later. And probably it's just 6 months later. We weren't seeing that delay everywhere that counted, right? PCE and core PCE inflation wasn't necessarily going up a lot. It was just going up a little. But now when they're getting close to December, when they thought we'd be closer to 2.5, we're actually closer to 3. You're just actually seeing that effect. And it's actually causing issues to add to compound everything else because the GDP is not growing as fast as we thought it would. Why is that? It's weird because companies had almost like record earnings beats, right? Why would companies be beating earnings per share estimates if they were absorbing the cost of a tariff? There's no way they would beat estimates while doing that. They would come in with less revenue, less earnings, or sorry, less earnings on their, but they're coming out beating earnings estimates because the earnings estimates thought that the company was going to absorb the tariff. Therefore, the estimates were low. And they were beating the estimates saying, we're not absorbing the tariff. So when the companies are beating estimates, it means they passed it through because nothing was adding up. I was like, how is it that GDP is going up, inflation's going down, and companies are beating earnings reports, yet Wall Street's selling the market off? Where's the missing piece? And I guess the missing piece is that Wall Street got it right and the Fed got it wrong, is that the Wall Street was actually forecasting and projecting we're passing the data, they're passing the tariffs through as much as they can, and we're going to sell off at the high because that's going to cause economic slump. Yeah, sure, they're going to beat economic projections this quarter. So at the pop, let's sell the Nvidia. At the pop, let's sell the Apple. At the pop, let's sell the Meta. And next quarter, I'm telling you, Matt, next quarter, earnings per share is going to be reflecting the actual truth now, this next quarter coming up. Because the Fed was too optimistic, maybe, I don't know. But now the missing piece is finally there. I feel as if the tariffs have caused a bigger chunk to inflation than we thought it would. And we're just starting to see it. And Wall Street was smart to see it back in December, which is why the market stalled out and started chopping. End of speech. Anyways, Fed's coming out this Wednesday. Don't sleep on it. I put a very, very, very baby 3 contract short just to chase in case it's sold off from DD band. I don't have any desire to fade this with a big position. Just something small that I won't cry about in case it did crash out while Trump was talking. Yeah. But anyways, does that make sense, guys? Does that you understand the whole thing? Is that nothing was adding up to that price action we were seeing. So we were like, why is Wall Street just selling all their stuff? We tried to come up with a million excuses last year, probably we're defending the Fed. Like Wall Street must have it wrong. Maybe it's the government shutdown. Maybe they're just locking in profits. Maybe they're scared of something. But in reality, maybe the Wall Street quants just had a better gauge on the data and the realities of things. Maybe they had inside information. That's part of it. Maybe they're calling their friends over at these chip makers and like, hey, what's going on? They're like, bro, we're tacking that tariff onto the prices and nobody's going to see it for 6 months. And like, thanks for the info, bro. I'm going to sell your stock at your next earnings report. You know what I'm saying? Like it would make sense that Wall Street would be more efficient than the Fed because Wall Street's corrupt. And Wall Street probably understands further that it's time to start selling at the high because as long as the tariffs are in play, we're going to take some hit to GDP. We're going to take some hit on inflation. So if I were to think about it, this is one of those instances where I could say that the Fed was operating off of surface data and Wall Street was operating off of inside data because now the economic reports are reflecting the actuality of this. And I told on my Twitter for the first time in a while, I'm actually scared of the economy at the current state that it's in. It's not bad like we're going to crash out underneath us, but it is exactly showing signs of a slowdown. Wall Street just said, hit and quit it, baby. Yeah, in and out. You know what I'm saying? Are you guys following what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Because now it's starting to add up. We were all sitting here chewing on this. Like, why is Wall Street not rallying this market in December? Like, Fed's got GDPs growing quick. Inflation's coming down. We're going to get some rate cuts in 2026. Heck yeah, beating earnings expectations. Like, where's the rally? Why is it not happening? Like, why is Wall Street like, nah, no thanks, bro. Like, nah, no thanks. Like I watched every earnings that happened. The big pop, then sold it down. The big pop sold it down. And we're just like, why? So maybe that's it. Maybe it's as simple as that. Wall Street got phone calls from their buddies. Yeah, Powell thinks you guys are passing the tariffs on the customer. And they're like, oh, hell no, bro. Come on, you know us. And he's like, yeah, I know. I just figured I'd check because they seem to be very optimistic about the economy. Not with us, man. Maybe the other guys, but yeah, we're not taking the heat. We don't want our earnings. We don't want our earnings affected. Our stock is at all-time highs. There's no way we're gonna tank that, man. Management's got us on a growth spurt. We're not gonna take the heat for this. No, we're gonna push it down to the customers. Thanks, man. Yeah, they'll probably see in about 6 or 9 months, but you know, we're gonna push it to them. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, bro. Appreciate it. The earnings came out, sold the stock, and that's where we are. Unless this last data has been a fluke, but every single data point that came through pointed economic slowdown, including the jolts, right? It's like all of it doesn't look good. So, you know what I'm saying, guys? Anyways, when will RAND be cheaper? I got some for sale if you want to buy it. I got a ton of RAND sitting here. Anyways, hopefully you guys follow that. I'm genuinely concerned for the state of the economy. I'm not necessarily just bearish on the bear market. I'm generally concerned that we might enter like a 2022 sort of sell-off market where we're just like humps the whole way down. And we're going data point to data point until this inflation starts to show signs of pullback, or the Fed starts to give us projections of, yeah, maybe we'll cut rates faster. Unemployment starts going down. GDP actually starts going up. GDP is very close to a zero. It's a 0.9, right? I think is what it was. It's very close to zero. If the GDP growth rate goes negative, it means GDP has come down on since the previous read. So 2 of those consecutive months of quarter-over-quarter negative growth rate is what you see in what we call a recession. That's traditional hedge fund definition of a recession. 2 consecutive monthly negative growth rates on GDP and unemployment going up. Those are the 2 things that cause, or that are telltale signs you are in a recession. When those things are happening, you can comfortably say we're in a recession. That's the definition of a recession, by the way, by many people. So we're like right on the edge of it because, you know, you're seeing those effects. And how bad could it be, right? That's kind of a question that's hard to answer because nobody ever knows. I'll tell you for a fact, it's not going to be worse than 2008 by a long shot. Not even close. You're not having a major stable infrastructure component of investment banks toppling. Crypto was probably the scare, but we're not like going to have a housing market crash, which catches like 90% of Wall Street off guard. We're not going to have anything like that. So we're not going to have this crazy thing. We're not going to have a 2001 where some bubble blows up, like .com and all these over-leveraged investors are there. We were seeing it with crypto, but it really didn't cause that much of a problem, just a little bit of a problem. AI's got significant utility. And I don't think that it's a bubble. So I think it's going to stay. So if I already asked me, I think it'll be, if it happens, similar to 2022, 6 months to a year of pullback, possible, maybe 2, but no worse than 2001, not even close. Like just sort of like the market goes into a slump for a year or 2. I think it's possible. You think we have a real estate crash 3rd quarter? Wait, a crash in real estate? Oh, no, you need a lot of things to crash that. Like you need stupidity and fraud and corruption to crash that, like to the nth degree. You guys remember in 2005, they were getting out ninja loans, no income, no job. Getting a loan for a house, you'd have to prove that you had income in the bank, that you had assets to leverage against, that you had a job. You could get ninja loans. Like, what the heck is that, right? No credit score, no problem. You got 2 of them. Yeah, half of you here probably even got ninja loans. Yeah, I would say, yeah, correction's more like it. I think you're 100% right, CB3. Yeah, a correction is in the house. And I think that I keep taking that bet that highs will have, you know, place to short from. Today was a very strong bullish day for whatever reason. My bet is that we're below the steady band with resilience, but it wasn't going negative enough. So I might actually close this out. I put 3 contracts on it. Nothing big. Trump's talking about the war right now. I got Trump in my ear right now talking about Israel. I'm telling you guys, man, I said this on my stream this morning. Trump's voice, doesn't he? He's starting to sound tired. I don't know if I ever have heard him sound so tired in life. Maybe just age, right? He's getting old, but you can compare what he sounded like 8 years ago to where he sounds like today. His voice is just so tired when he talks. Maybe he's just getting old, I guess. It's exhausting. Yeah, he's probably exhausted. I think he's probably has a lot of sleepless nights, but he does not sound energetic. He does not sound rejuvenated. He sounds exhausted. Y'all remember that photo they used to circulate of Abraham Lincoln like before and after the Civil War? You guys remember that, right? And how the Civil War aged Abraham Lincoln like 40 years in a 4-year time span? Let me add to that. I'm just betting that we close below DD band, so I'm trying to build a position in this range. Obama too, yeah. But for what, 80? He's 80, right? How old's Trump? He's 80 something. He looks good for 79. I mean, for a 79-year-old dude, he doesn't look bad. He just looks tired. I don't know what he's saying about the war right now, but again, I'm just still taking the bet that we're below MHP. MHP resilience negative. My bet is that we're just closing below here. So I'm building a position. Oh, I'm in NASDAQ. Same trade though with S&P. You think NQ will be more manipulated this week? Possibly. All their leaders are dead. What you just said. That reminds me of wait. Wasn't there like a he said all their leaders are dead? Wasn't there a All My Friends Are Dead? You guys remember that children's book? It was with dinosaurs. All My Friends Are Dead. It had like all the extinct animals. And when he said that, just reminded me of that book. All right. So I'm just listening to what he's saying. And again, I want to bet that this market doesn't. Hold on. So VIX has been just sort of collapsing overnight and then sort of restored itself. We had no correction in Asia. We had no correction in Europe. So both of those markets traded up last night. For us, we went up. VIX is finally starting to turn around a little bit. But dude, NVIDIA, right? Like, look at this NVIDIA chart. It's just crazy how it's just like pressing higher. And you go NVIDIA and NASDAQ are pretty much 1 and 1. So does this look like that sort of like breakout play for some bull run? I don't know, but being on the edge of that, I still want to make that bet that like I'm smarter than the average trader and that I see something, the economic data nobody sees. I still want to bet that this, because we are at the takeoff point. This consolidation is the takeoff point for a second leg of this rally for the next week. And I don't want to bet that the market just falls straight down, but I don't want to bet that we rally and break out of this. I feel like the last 2 weeks have convinced me that Wall Street's trying to trade it down. So they're asking questions about the straight arm moves right now. So statistically, now again, when news happens, you kind of have to say news is going to cause the market to do stuff. Statistically speaking, only 4% of days break the DD band to the upside. 96% of days will close below it by the end of the day. So my bet is just that we close below it. That's why I'm betting on it. Today, S&P has resistance at both your hedge pressures. And then, of course, the problem is the ratio, the bull bias ratio is now very bullish. So it's really strong support from here. So we're sort of trapped inside of this really strong range, and it's going to have a very hard time selling off unless the end of the day mechanic takes over or Trump says something, give it a dump. All being said, market's extremely liquid here. I'm gonna put the word liquid on my screen. We have a liquidity pocket. It's nice and clean. Monthly map's nice and clean. NASDAQ itself is trying to hold its hedge pressure, which is unusual because we'd expect it to fall. But we are just getting a couple of really big stocks like NVIDIA starting to move. So we'll see what happens there. I don't know. I'm just not convinced that this market's going to break out being bullish from now, unless I'm just wrong, which does happen a lot, more often than you think. It's hard to believe that we're just aggressively, violently bearish on this market, like a big sell-off, like we're going to wake up and the market's just going to dump like it has been. That's not really how bear markets work. People sort of like enter and exit in waves. So you can have a wave up before it, for 2 weeks before it finally snaps back down at the end of the month, and very possible. I just want to think that like where we are right now, that volatility sort of became very optimistic for some reason. Like in the overnight, I mean, VIX just, we gapped down. Actually, we didn't gap. We're kind of flat-ish almost on the trade because there wasn't a gap down. It was like almost kind of flat, I guess. This is a rollover to June contract, but VIX gapped up and just immediately started collapsing, which is a little unusual. But at least I'd like to bet that, this just sort of, I don't know. I don't really see any reason for this market to be bullish just yet. Negative MHP resiliences right here. This orange line and this orange line, all of that spells out resistance from here. So my bet is that maybe by the end of the day that wins. I'm not really too, like I said, I'm not super, there's not a lot of risk on the table for it. But also a little bit of pre-movement for Wednesday, I think is probably appropriate. But NVIDIA is just getting a lot of love today. I think that's where a lot of the movement's coming from. So he just said Israel would never use a nuclear weapon. That was the question. I'm just so engaged with what he's saying right now. He's saying no president went out and did what he did when it comes to like liberating Iran. He says all the presidents he talked to said they want to do it. They just have the balls to do it. That's what he's saying. He's patting himself on the back. He's talking about the lead. He's talking about now. They're saying, if you guys are listening, you could just Google it. He's talking about, do you know who the actual leader is now? And he's like, we don't know, basically. Anyways, I'm listening for any evidence of escalation or further campaigns or something that he's going to say. I think nothing new is going to come. It doesn't feel like anything new. They've already hit the heavy questions, so nothing new is coming out. I think it's going to be newsworthy. That NVIDIA chart is very interesting. What if this just kicks up there? Yeah, so my bet is that we end up below here. That's why I'm engaging this bet. And we end up below here. Now, again, just like earlier, you know, hedge pressure. We hit it, we overshot it, we undershot it, we're hitting it again. Each time we've gotten close, the monthly hedge pressure is less and less and less. So by the end of the day, it's very obvious to believe that we won't hit that and keep going, which is why if we smack the top of it, I'll hit it pretty hard, I think. I will take a bigger bet on this. Last selling pressure 184. Yeah, so NVIDIA does have a, we did break through MHP. That's what caused, or we did earlier this morning. 185 is MHP, so there is resistance on NVIDIA at this level, which is why it keeps bouncing against it. It's going to take a significant amount of power to get us above that MHP level. If we break 185, then it's just a runaway rally. So don't sleep on NVIDIA today. Remember this little liquidity map here, what I'm circling. Hedge pressure is supposed to curve it lower. If it breaks through, it's a rocket. So remember, it's on the edge of it, and it will take a significant amount of volume to break through it. Okay, we'll see. It feels like it's priming for a pop. Look, it's just like lower highs and lower highs and lower highs, and it's curving. It feels like it's building that pressure there. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get a short trade off of this. He's saying the word power right now. I'm gonna wait right up here, and I'll pop it I'll pop with a few more contracts and stop tight on the above this high here. I'm trading proxy by Nasdaq. I really meant to do S&P, but I was in Nasdaq. So I'm gonna watch the S&P pivots because that's where we really are. S&P pivoting here. Monthly resilience is getting less and less and less strong, and now it's less than 0. It's a very, 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 very small chance that this breaks out the highs without a certain stock breaking out the highs. NVIDIA would be the one. NVIDIA is right on the edge right now. You want to see how MHP is so good? Look at 185. You see that the volume that came with it? There's your interaction volume at MHP. See how big that volume spike is? Look how many hundreds of thousands of shares are traded in just that moment. 766,000 shares. There's your monthly hedge pressure volume. It's crazy, right? That's how strong our pivots are. All that volume right there. Yeah. He's done talking. All right. All right, he's done talking. He didn't say anything that's going to save the market. All right, let's turn that off. He's done. Okay, well, nothing's changed and nothing's different. So now all eyes are on NVIDIA rejecting 185. If NVIDIA breaks 185, keeps going, I'll stop out of this. If not, let's see if my bet holds. Now, again, it's still very, 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 very bullish here. There's a lot of really strong bull support pivot and resistance pivot for MHP. So I'm looking for MHP resiliences or negative, which is the majority of the market cap is fluxing gamma negative, which means they're selling off due to hedging pressure, which expiration is Friday and monthly expiration is Friday. So I'm going to try to join that wave. Yeah, we do reject. Now, maybe we can get a lower low. If it does decide to fall from here, this 827 level is where bull zone support is on monthly maps. Let me mark that for you. That's the bigger bull zone target. So now that Trump didn't say anything to rescue the market, maybe it'll move now. So let me mark this here. This is tomorrow's bear zone top, which is the liquidity support for the monthly scale. So it's gonna be really hard to, like, you see how it's holding that area. That's why it's holding that area. If we are going to close this month out bearish, like for Friday, we'll be down inside of bear zone again and market will start to deteriorate. It's gonna be really hard to see that. So you're talking about 827 level on NASDAQ is that key level there, and 662 on S&P, right? So 662 with S&P was also very strong overnight. That was that support that I longed from right out the door to be able to see how this turns out. Statistically, like I said, this it's not a good short to take. I don't normally short off the bands when that ratio is greater than half. I usually just sit out of this. But the one thing that I'm believing is that we have monthly hedge pressure resilience and resistance from here, and that we do still have the stats of only 4% of days do close to this and rally, that there's not enough beef to get us through here unless NVIDIA breaks 185 and keeps going. And when NVIDIA is hitting 185 and turning around, it's strong enough resistance for me to still stay engaged in it. So we'll see. The bet is that we stay in the higher probable range of 96. So again, this is our actual back test of this. Only 4% of days do close above the green line. Now with being news driven, that can be some of that 4%, but it's very rare that we hit this and keep going. Now we hit this at the start of the day. So normally when you hit it at the start of the day, the probability that it keeps going is a little higher. But when you hit it at the end of the day, usually that's about it. You very rarely hit it and keep going. When you do, I just get out of a short, and I don't try to short off of it unless I have a really strong reason. My strong reason this time is watching this MHP resilience. The fact that it's getting less and less and less strong on subsequent taps, it definitely means that there's more and more and more stocks in negative gamma going into monthly expiration, which is Friday. So we'll see. I don't think I get a big play, but I think at best, if we fall to like this area, I'll get out of the way because I think it's probably going to like really try to not die today. We got Fed on Wednesday, expiration on Friday. It's going to be a pretty big news week, I would say. Or not really news week. Sorry, a really light news week, but a big like movement week, I would say. Yeah. I don't think Wall Street's done selling. I think if they're trying to sell before Fed today and tonight, maybe any pop we get tonight is probably going to be what might do it. So we'll see. Yeah. Anywho, some announcements. So IDOC and I, knock on wood, but we signed the paper we're opening a fitness studio together, and we're going to be opening hopefully a bunch of those this year. So knock on wood, say your prayers for us, and keep your fingers crossed. We officially signed the paperwork, so it's official. We actually already got merch in for it, which is kind of cool. But again, any piece could always fall apart between now and the doors open, but now it's a go. So our first little business together that we're doing together, it's officially a go. So that's gonna be kind of cool. Another awesome thing that I can get buried in and have fun with. So watching NVID right here, pull this guy up on the screen. I'll load up. That's it. This 185 level. That's what we're looking at. Oh, GT from this morning, the position sizing thing. Yeah, man, I'm glad that helped you. Like, I think that a lot of traders don't really put a lot of thought into that as much as they need to. The position sizing is the equivalent of how much you're betting at a poker table. We talked about this morning, right? Is that like what makes a good blackjack player better than a bad blackjack player? It's not they're expecting to get more jacks and aces turned over. The probabilities are what they are. It's the same for everybody. What makes somebody good versus somebody that's bad is how they know what the odds are and how they bet knowing those odds. And like the size of your bet is the difference between good poker player and bad poker player. Like betting with your odds is the skill set in trading, and you can quantify odds in trading when we do it. And that you know, the most important part of trading is actually the size of your position. I've been preaching that forever. It's part of my boot camp. Position size is the most important decision you're ever going to make. When to bet big, when to bet small. I'm betting small right now because I have not a lot of confidence in this trade. So I'm betting small, but the travel is big. So if it does work out, I mean, I'll make a lot with 10. I'm not putting 50 contracts on this, so heavens no. But 10 is enough to hold through some chop and still be okay for the general direction. Right? That decision is the difference between like winning and losing at this. And a lot of people that are trading spend a lot of time focusing on where they enter the market, like where's my pivot, where's my signal, but they don't spend a lot of time creating systems for themselves to decide like how much I need to bet. And that ultimately, as you get better at this, you realize is the most important decision you will make. So you're a blackjack and roulette dealer on the strip in Vegas? No way, dude. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. So you were like a card, you know how to count cards. That way you can spot card counters yourself, right? I feel like every dealer is taught how to count cards so that you would be mirroring the bets in your head. That way, when you see somebody mirroring the bets you would be making, you would catch them. Is that how y'all did it? I always wonder how they caught card counters. Clearly, the dealer would be counting cards themselves, right? That's how I feel. Anyways, advantage players. All right, watching this. But yeah, so that's like, as far as like, I mean, that's how, if I was a dealer, I mean, I would be like doing the same thing. Like, okay, I notice how I'll call the pit boss over. Yeah, no, this guy's betting big. He's counting. And then people, how would you know? Well, because I'm counting. He's doing what I would do. Yeah, I get him out of here. Anyways, staring at this, I would be, yeah, like I said, I'm looking at 185 rejection in NVIDIA. We've hit it once, hit it twice, maybe third time out on NVIDIA is pressing harder. But anyways, yeah, your size of your bet is going to be the most important decision you make. Is same thing in poker is how many chips you throw on the table when you fold. Folding is a bet sizing thing. It's changing the size of your bet to 0. Like those mechanics are really the skill set that you need to practice as a trader. And a lot of people don't really like quantify their risk into some kind of system that they can follow repeatedly. They just sort of wing it. Like, oh, I'll just trade 5 contracts each time. It's like, okay, I'm just going to bet $5 chip every time. What happens if you have a pair of 2s? Snap, $5. What do you have? You have a 6 and a 6 and an 8. You got 14. $5. What happens if you have a jack and a queen? $5. You're not really playing the game. You're just trying to let the cards deal you, a blackjack, or in poker, you're just waiting for the royal flush to give you the big payout. That's not how you trade. You don't just bet the same every time and hope that the big win gives you the big payout. You're not trying to bet on the royal flush coming out. You're betting on what's given to you. And if you're not throttling your betting based on odds and some kind of way you quantify it, you're not really trading. I teach that all the time in the boot camp. NVIDIA pressing, man. I'm very surprised at NVIDIA. Who would have thought it would have moved like this today? I can lock in the 11,000 and be okay with it though. Yeah. I just spaced out for a minute. I forgot that I was still here. No, I was staring at the I was watching my charts. It's kind of funny. Like, don't make fun. I'm getting old. I swear to God. I'm sitting here. I actually forgot I was on the show for a minute. I was just about to get up and just go chill in the other room. Forgot I'm still here. I was reading stuff about Iran, and I was looking at the charts over here. I'm still here for 4 more minutes. Oh my God. Not that I forgot about you guys, but I literally spaced out. I almost just got up and walked away because I got so intent into my thought process. I was like reading. I was trying to figure out like that I was reading like, did I miss anything that Trump said? So I was like diving into the news. It'd be so funny if I was on CNBC right now and they're like, Matt, huh? Oh, I'm just doom scrolling. What's up, guys? My bad. Sorry about that. I know I got quiet for a minute. I'm sitting here reading and thinking. Well, Nvidia's breaking 185, so this might be a losing trade. We'll see. But we'll see what happens. It's going to pull monthly hedge resilience up a little bit. So that was part of where that big market cap was. Keeping it below was actually Nvidia itself. Is that you every day at work? Iran, not Iran. Yeah, Iran. Yeah, well, like, I would say that a huge significant, I live in Houston, right? Houston has such a huge Persian community. Like, so many of my friends are Persian, man. You'll see that, like, I hear it's said the right way millions of times. Like any restaurant, any club in Houston, you have a 50% chance it's owned by one of like 3 groups of people that are all Persian. Area grew up in Katy. Oh, I live in the Memorial area, but like essentially like this whole Memorial, Montrose, River Oaks, Kirby, all that area. Most of my friends are, but I live in Memorial, but inside the loop. So Memorial is just a little bit outside loop. I'm Memorial inside the loop. So I'm basically like Southwest Heights, if that makes any sense. Right by Memorial Park. Yep. But still in the loop. Like Memorial would be more like right outside the loop a little bit. So where we live is perfect, man. It's like the perfect balance of everything. It's city plus chill plus relatively affordable. I mean, it wasn't cheap by any means, but for like what we got, it's kind of was a steal. So, I love it here. You love to party with me? Heck yeah, dude. Next time we throw a party, I'll let you guys know. I threw the biggest like celebration for our 100K subs on YouTube. It was pretty massive. We went to a lounge for a little bit. Then at about 12 or 1, we went to another, like, kind of like the big party lounge that everyone goes to, like the biggest one, kind of the hottest one now. Then we did that until like a little bit after 2. Then we all went home like good people and didn't do anything unprofessional further than that until 6 in the morning. We certainly didn't go to any after hours place. Wall Street style. No, we were good. And when I'm lying through my teeth. Anyways, now we had a pretty kick-ass party for the 100K. I talked through the whole thing. It was nuts. I had a good time. Okay, Nvidia 185. That's my target. That's what I'm looking for. We'll see what happens. Let's say I get 10 contracts short. It's not gonna make or break me. If I'm right, we fall down at 827 is where we've been supporting. I mean, I don't know if I could take the same trade 3 or 4 times in a row. I mean, the same path 3 or 4 times in a row. My goal would be that we're below here, but Wall Street's trying to hold it there. So I don't know what's going to happen. Baby oil party? Nah. Yeah. Y'all are funny. Running out of time. All right, it is 12:30. Okay, guys. Well, it was fun. See, Abhishek is posting a link in chat. Really appreciate that. If you guys don't mind clicking that link, we'll be live on our channel right immediately after this. So you guys can hang out with us, finish out the day. I'll be sitting there. I got one of my friends streaming, and I'll be in the chat hanging out with you guys, talking about my trades and plays still. I got to go, but thanks for tuning in. Obviously, check out Stephen K tonight in the Asia session. Don't forget, new users, you get a $49 25K flex account with MyFundedFutures. Best prop firm in the business. So you guys got to check that out. While it's still here, those flex accounts are crushing it, man. I love the deal. I mean, people here love it. $77 for existing users for the 25K. So give that a check out. If not, join us on our channel. We'll be live afternoon, and we'll see you later. Have a good one, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.